mennä vaan.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome everyone. My name is Juho Sarvanko. I'm the chair for the Finnish Association for Humane Drug Policy, and I'm here to coordinate the event. And the theme is well said in the title, the police, law and drugs. And I would like to introduce our first speaker of the event, Aleksi Hupli, a doctor of social sciences, a member of our association, and a drug activist. Welcome.
All right. Oops. Going a bit ahead of myself.
All right.
Maybe I'll use this.
So thank you for joining everybody for this seminar that we're organizing together with Law Enforcement Action Partnership Europe. Very excited that you're all here and also on the live stream. Just a little introduction of who I am. I'm indeed an academic. I'm a postdoc researcher at the moment at Tampere University, more focusing on cannabis research, bit of a community organizer and a board member of the Finnish Association. Finns have at least tried cannabis once in their lifetime. The second most prevalent type of drugs are medications, so mainly sleeping pills, tranquilizers, or opioids, or painkillers. So that also kind of mixes this drug versus medicine discussion. Legally they are separate, but in actual practice they can be both used for intoxication or for other means. There's some numbers about costs in the other slide, and in total Finland spent in 2016 $109 million to social care and about $47 million to health care, so approximately 150 plus million on that, and then 99 million for kind of security and safety, and 64 million to kind of judicial system and imprisonment. So that's a bit higher than the social and welfare care. So we've had this sort of dual track policy where we do offer support like needle exchange and that kind of stuff, but we still consider drug use as a criminal activity, and this kind of dual track of support and punish is something that I think is quite ineffective. So drug policy in recent years has kind of moved, at least with cannabis, to this kind of middle ground of strict legal regulation, because a lot of countries have realized that this unregulated criminal market is causing a lot of social and health harms, and at the same time alcohol and tobacco policy has also moved from a more unregulated legal market toward this sort of middle ground. But we can see that at both ends there's a lot of social and health harm. So if countries do move and have moved towards more legal regulation, it's good to keep in mind that if it's this kind of very capitalistic, everything goes, that it will also cause harm. So it's good to keep that in mind as well. I'm very excited about today's program. We have a great line of speakers, both internationally and domestically, and we'll get to that in a minute. I would like to very much thank you, all of you being here, and all the speakers already, and I hope we have a very good discussion and move things forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aleksi. And for the next speaker, I'm honored to introduce Anne-Marie Coburn, the founder of Anyone's Child organization from the UK. Welcome.
I'm one of the founding family members. There's quite a few of us that will help set this up in the UK. So this is my daughter Martha. She was my only child, and she died in 2013 from an accidental ecstasy overdose. So the story of Martha is about teenage curiosity, and I think it was the 4th time she had tried ecstasy. When I look back at the past 10 years, to that time in my life, I really loved being a mum, despite what teenagers sort of do to us in respect to testing us. But Martha made me the best version of myself. I feel very fortunate to have known her, and it was amazing watching her grow and develop into this wonderful person who was loving and curious and kind and questioning. She was not perfect, but she was my imperfect little teenager, and that was good enough for me. She had an obvious ethereal quality to her looks, with those ice blue eyes, like a husky dog. And I'd gaze at her face and she'd say, "Are you admiring your work?" And we'd laugh together. I can still hear her laugh in my distant memory, and I hold on to those memories fondly and with gratitude. After she died, I found her internet history, showing that she'd been researching on the Lancet for ways to take ecstasy safely. She was a bright girl who was trying to find good harm reduction information. But the drug she was planning to take was easier to obtain than the harm reduction information she needed that could have kept her alive. Martha was unable to make an informed decision due to our current and outdated policies. The ecstasy Martha was going to take didn't come in a box with a label showing recommended dosage. She wasn't asked for any ID, but most importantly, she wasn't advised that what she was about to take was 91% pure and enough for 5 to 10 people. So she swallowed the whole half gram in one go and died 3 hours later, full of hopes and dreams. Aged 15 years, 9 months, 7 hours, and 36 minutes. No substance is made safer by leaving it totally unregulated on the black market. Whether someone has problematic drug use or is a recreational drug user, we know that the current system doesn't keep them safe or help people to make informed choices. Martha wanted to get high, but she didn't want to die. She loved life and had so many plans for her future that she talked about constantly. So I now lead a parallel life with the dialogue of the life I should have had with her eating away at my insides as I try hard to distract myself and stick within the life that I have. Martha went out on a Saturday morning in July 2013, a perfectly healthy 15-year-old girl, and all that came back from the police were her shoes and her school bag, which I brought with me today. As I stand here beside my dead daughter's shoes, it is only a matter of time before another Martha is let down by inadequate and outdated policies, and another bereaved family will join me in living beyond their worst fear happening. Somebody's daughter or somebody's son, could be anyone's child. We know that many governments use prohibition as a convenient way to persecute certain groups of society. By defending prohibition as their favoured business model, they're using our children as human shields. I ask myself why they're not adopting initiatives that have been effectively introduced around the world by more progressive decision makers who put well-being at the core of their thinking. All the evidence already exists. We don't need any more proof that things need to change. It is time for progressive policies. It is time to adopt best practice. Our generation must solve this. We cannot pass this on to future generations to sort out. We owe it to your loved ones and to your children and your grandchildren, and we owe it to Martha. One day, I will wake up to the news that all drugs have been legally regulated. And I know this will protect the young and the vulnerable, and I know this will save precious lives. And you know what I'll do on that day? I'll order Martha a gravestone. And I'll have words carved into that gravestone, because finally the sacrifice of her death will have a meaning that makes sense. And I will then get on with my life and turn the volume down to zero in the niggling narrative of my other life. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. As a father of a young daughter, it really touches me, the story. And our next speaker, also from the UK, and ex-police who went undercover and got to know many of the people who work in criminal organizations selling drugs. Neil Woods.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just give you some context. I'll explain a little bit about LEAD, the organisation that I'm part of. I'm on the board for the Law Enforcement Action Partnership in the United States. I'm also chair for the organisation here in Europe. And we're a growing movement We're an organisation which represents the growing movement of police and other law enforcement figures who are campaigning for an evidence-based drug policy. So we are former police and serving police, magistrates, prosecutors, various people from the criminal justice system who advocate for following the evidence, but also advocate for honesty. And as a police officer, I firmly believe that we not only have a duty to the evidence, but also a duty to the truth. And a problem that we have, and this is the position of the organisation, the problem that we have is that quite often many of us who do this speaking is asked by someone in the audience, well, what you've said is very logical, what you've said makes sense, but why are the politicians not adopting it? And there's various answers to that. But I think the most important is that the public are constantly told that the current system works. And the people that are actually most guilty of reinforcing that belief is the police themselves. And I've done it myself when I've had a huge seizure, a huge success. We want to present to the public that what we've been tasked to do, we are doing, and we're doing it successfully. But the context needs to also be applied for the truth to be the truth. So I'll try and explain from some of my own experiences, but before I do, I should point out that our growing membership is huge, and I speak to our members all over the world. So some of the experiences that I'm going to explain to you, I have colleagues, former undercover cop, for example, in Baltimore. I have colleagues in Melbourne in Australia, Canada, France, Spain, and we all have similar experiences. So whereas on this bill you will hear from two of the best criminologists in Europe, and they study the evidence, we refer to the evidence in our organisation, but we also find that it's important that we explain our experiences, because it is our experiences that the public really need to hear, especially from the way that we understand it. So I got into undercover work by accident, really. I was quite a young cop. I'd only got 4 years in, but there was a huge moral panic going on in the United Kingdom about crack cocaine. And the reason we had this huge moral panic is because we'd had tabloid newspapers telling the public that as soon as the crack cocaine hit our streets, then it would be catastrophic, it would be a disaster. Because for years our tabloid newspapers had told lurid stories about what was happening in the United States. So at the moment we actually had our first crack cocaine, that was it. Everyone was whipped up into a frenzy of fear. And this created a classic feedback loop where media has excited the public, and then politicians listen to the fears of the public, and then you get political decisions. And the political decision was that the Home Office instructed all of the chief constables to make drugs the #1 priority, above everything, above domestic violence or any other social concern. And that meant that there was an expansion on covert drugs policing, and that's where I stepped in. I got an attachment to the drug squad, and one of them looked at me one day and said, "Do you fancy having a go at buying some crack?" Which I thought was an unusual suggestion, but I was going for anything. And I went, I was sent to this door and sent to knock on this door, and met this huge guy and ended up buying some crack cocaine, and it was actually really easy. In fact, as I was walking away, he said, "You take care now, don't get yourself arrested," which I thought was quite considerate, really. But the point is, that first day, it was really easy. But of course it was. This kind of low-level undercover work hadn't happened in the UK before. He had no idea there might be a police officer knocking on his door asking for drugs. But of course, he went to prison, and he talked to a lot of people, and in no time at all, the new tactic was out there. And suddenly, the streets became much more dangerous for everybody, actually, but certainly for me. So I went from doing a few days operation at a time, then a few weeks, and in no time at all, I was doing no less than 6 or 7 months of undercover operation. I was being loaned out to all of the different drug squads around the country. I went as far north as Leeds, as far south as Brighton. I don't know if these cities mean anything to you, but lots of different places in the UK I was working undercover anyway. And it got more and more difficult with every passing year, which meant I had to develop my tactics. We had to develop the structures, the covert structures around what we did. And it became a very sophisticated and slick affair, really. And then I did one operation where, at the end of it, one of the vulnerable people I'd manipulated, and I should make it clear, whenever I went into a city, I looked for the most vulnerable people. Because the most vulnerable people living in squats or homeless, living on the fringes of society, they tended to be using the most drugs. But most importantly, from my point of view, is they were the easiest to manipulate, these vulnerable people. If that sounds ruthless, well, of course it's ruthless. That is the nature of the work I was doing. But this one particular chap called Cami, I got really friendly with him. I really spent a lot of time with him. I spent time listening to his childhood trauma, how his father used to abuse him. I remember him saying to me one day, "Yeah, my father used to beat me, but only when I deserved it." And that was the fabric of his emotional pain, really. The reason that he was personally using heroin and crack cocaine. I went shoplifting with him, which was great fun, really was. But of course I had my get out of free jail card. I knew I wasn't going to prison for it. But at the end of that operation, when he was in police custody, along with all the gangsters that he introduced me to, he ended up being on minute-to-minute watch, suicide watch, in the cells. And the reason for that is he thought I was his one friend in the world, the one person finally that he found someone to talk to about his childhood trauma. And this was too much for him. And so for a while I gave up him undercover work because it was just too emotionally difficult. But then I was talked into doing another operation. And the way that this was sold to me was, they said, "Woodsy, we need you to come back. We need you to do this job because these gangsters, they're even more dangerous than the last lot. They're using sexual violence. They're gang raping people as part of their reputation building, as part of their sort of ruthless profile building." They were doing the usual kind of things, kidnappings, maimings, that kind of thing. One of them was implicated in 7 different murders in the city of Birmingham, and he was also the person who provided the machine guns for 2 very infamous murders of 2 young women that we'd had a few months before that. So I was myself manipulated into going back into the work. And I spent weeks manipulating the vulnerable population of the city in Northampton, and I got to know them. And eventually I got regularly buying larger and larger weights of heroin and crack off this gang. And every single day in their company I felt an immediate threat of violence. Because that's the way they operated, that's the way they adapted and developed. And one day they stripped me. They told me, "You're a cop, you're 5-0 man, you're heat, strip, you're wearing a wire." And when I was going to object, one of them lifted up a t-shirt and showed me a gun tucked into the top of his tracksuit bottoms. And you know, the strangest things go through your head at times like that. Well, the strangest things go through my head at times like that. I remember looking at this gun and this tracksuit bottoms thinking, how on earth are those tracksuit bottoms holding up that gun? But it was made clear that I had to do as I was told, and it was a thoroughly humiliating experience. So I really learned to dislike that gang. I really did. So at the end of 7 months, when I realised that I'd gathered evidence against the 6 main gangsters of the gang called the Burger Bar Boys, it's a very British name for a gang, isn't it, the Burger Bar Boys, got the evidence against the 6 main gangs, but also 90 other people. 90 other people. So the runners, sex workers that were working for them, people stashing, huge number of people. But the important thing from my perspective was, I got no new phone numbers to get, no new names. I got evidence of conspiracy against most of them, I got evidence against all of them. So I'm thinking, wow, this is just going to sweep the whole city clean. This is incredible. We're going to get everybody in one go. We had police brought in from 5 different counties around it, so we had hundreds and hundreds of cops involved in this operation. It was massive. And then when the dust settled afterwards, the intelligence officer dedicated to that operation spoke to me afterwards and says, "Yeah, we managed to interrupt the heroin and crack cocaine supply in Northampton for a full 2 hours." 2 hours. 7 months of work, really genuinely believing I was going to die on multiple occasions, hundreds of police involved. The resources involved were just astronomical for the sake of interrupting that drug supply for 2 hours. Now, by this point in my undercover career, I'd had lots of doubts and about the efficacy, even the ethics of what I've been doing. But I've been pushing that aside because I was so wrapped up in this world of covert policing, and I had to believe in what I was doing in order to function successfully. But this, I couldn't ignore this at all. Now, I don't know for certain that it was the Burger Bar Boys' infamous rivals, the Johnson crew, that they were generally at war with, who took up that opportunity that I created for them in that marketplace. I don't know. But you can sort of picture the scene. The rival gang are all sat round. One of them comes in the door and says, "Hey boys, put the call in. We're gonna make a fortune." Guess what the cops have done for us? They've only got and locked up the Burger Bar Boys. Wow. And that is actually how it is at every level of the drug market, whether it's at street level or whether it's regional. The police always create those opportunities. And it's important to note that police are really, really good at catching drug dealers. Really good at it. Doesn't matter what country you're in, if you give them twice the resources and instruct them to try and catch twice as many, they'll catch one. They will. But that's a significant part of the problem. Because wherever you create that gap, more often than not, you increase violence afterwards. Now, any police officer anywhere who has access to their own criminal intelligence database will know that quite often that happens. It varies by degrees in different countries. In Baltimore, it always causes more violence, every single time. But more often than not, on average, around the world, it does. It also increases consumption. In Switzerland, where they have a remarkable, brilliant health approach policy for heroin, which means they used to have a huge heroin problem, now they don't, because they legally regulated heroin and the government controls the supply. So they don't have a heroin problem that they used to have. But in this progressive thinking, police felt like they were being criticised, and they wanted to prove that police activity can actually have an impact. And so the police in Bern, they commissioned a test of the sewage. And they wanted, because they had information that this one family was in charge of the whole methamphetamine supply. It was all linked to one kingpin. And they thought, we can take out the whole market in one go, we could prove the impact. So they commissioned a test of the sewage water before and afterwards. No shock to me, quite shocking to them, they found that consumption in the city of Bern went up afterwards. It went up. And that's because when the police so efficiently create a gap in the market, quite often it's fought over with violence for who takes control of that. But also, quite often, it's just about a price war. Now, in Finland, I know you have a very good alcohol policy. You don't allow supermarkets to do bog-off deals, buy one, get one free. Whereas in the UK, we have a far inferior alcohol policy. And our supermarkets can do that at Christmas. And having previously had a problematic relationship with alcohol, when I walk around my supermarket in December and I see those deals, I'm thinking, oh, I should do that. I should buy 2 crates. Well, the same happens for methamphetamine in your price. Because wherever you take out dealers, they always do 2-for-1 deals. Consumption goes up. The police are good at catching drug dealers, and that's a problem. Because whatever the police activity is, the size of the market never reduces. Now that's important. Now I know some people in an audience might be saying, well, no, that's demand reduction. I purposely don't use the language that police use, because it's important to see this in a business sense. The market doesn't reduce. So if the police, with all this, like the operations that I did, with hundreds of cops involved, and you're arresting all these people, if you're not reducing the size of the market, what are you doing? You're changing the shape of it. You're constantly changing the shape. It's not an improvement, because organised crime constantly adapts. That's why the first time I bought crack on that doorstep, and he said, "You take care, don't be arrested." Very nice chap. It adapted very quickly. Organised crime always adapts. But there's a really key and important aspect of how they adapt that we also need to be paying attention to. Not just the fact that it means more people are dying. Not just the fact that harm reduction is more difficult because organised crime are in control. But also, and I'll tell you one of my personal experiences about this. In the operation with Cami, he introduced me to this substantial gangster who interrogated me with a knife passed into my groin, which is quite uncomfortable, quite off-putting, I can assure you. He sold me some crack, and then the next day, 2 of my backup team went off sick. And so I got introduced to 2 new police officers. The first one, I shook his hand, I had no problem with it. The second one, I shook his hand and the hairs just went up on the back of my neck. I knew this guy was wrong instinctively. So I asked the person running the operation to exclude them because I didn't trust them, which he did. I put it out of my mind. 12 months later, when the gangster Colin Gunn, the head of the Bestwood cartel, got caught by a very, very good operation by Nottinghamshire Constabulary, it was found that that police officer I'd taken exception to was an employee of that gangster. He was part of his gang, and he paid to join the police. He was paid £2,000 a month on top of his police wages, plus bonuses for good information. Now, in debriefs from that, senior cops said to me, well, we know this happens. Of course this happens. With this much money involved, how can it not happen? But it's not just the value in the market which causes this corruption. We cannot entirely defend against that corruption because of the value in the drug market. It's also the mechanism of policing. Because when you create those gaps in the market, not only do you cause disruption and violence and increase consumption, you also increase corruption. Because if you take out one drug gang, the one that's most able to take up that opportunity is another drug gang, and they expand their share of the market. If you expand your share of the market and you have more disposable income, organised crime will always invest it in corruption. Always. So that constant mechanism of policing, that changing shape of the drug market, is leading to and increasing corruption. You can see this taking shape around the world. There used to be 20 cartels in Mexico. Now there's 3. Those 3 have incredible power of corruption. Transnational organised crime has in the last few years corrupted entire nation states. Many states in West Africa are now narco states. Guinea-Bissau, Senegal. You've got Honduras in Latin America. Narco states. This is being caused by prohibition and our attempts to police drugs through prohibition. And it's increasing. The Global Initiative into Transnational Organised Crime called transnational organised crime the single biggest threat to our security and our democratic way of life. And yet we're still fighting and still making it worse. And to top it all, we can't tackle the climate crisis without tackling drug prohibition. Because to tackle the climate crisis, we need good governance in all of the equatorial countries which control the jungles. Guinea has the fastest deforestation on earth at the moment. They're a narco state. They can sign a deforestation pledge, but it's meaningless because they do not control their own backyard. We have done this. We are doing this. So we need to change. We need legally controlled drugs. We need governments to take control. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Neil. And for the next speaker, I would like to introduce Veronika Honkasalo, who is a member of Parliament for the Left Alliance from Helsinki, and she has approached substance and drug policy issues, especially from the perspective of human rights. Welcome, Veronika.
Thank you so much, and a very happy International Women's Day to everyone. So I started my day by visiting this kind of open place in eastern Helsinki for people who have problems with mental problems and then drug use. It's a day center called Symppis in Finnish, and I was actually quite honored that I got an invitation to start my Women's Day by visiting that place, and the idea was that I would be there for about 1 hour, but I just couldn't get out from there, so I was almost 2 hours there, and it was such an important visit to talk with people, both like professionals working there, but also people who have been using drugs or are using drugs at the moment, and they are doing extremely important work in the field of harm reduction, for example. But unfortunately, these kind of places, we don't have many of them in Helsinki at the moment, 3 only. And for example, where I live in northeastern Helsinki, we don't have this kind of places at all. And actually, in connection with this day center, they have information place, health information where you can get health care very quickly. So we surely have use for those services. But the sad thing is that the decision makers, they don't have contact with these people. They don't know the everyday life in these suburbs. So when we decide about budget and funding, these are not like a high priority, unfortunately. So I have been now for 4 years in the parliament, and I have been the chair of the Human Rights Network in the parliament, and that network consists of different parliamentarians from different parties, and the idea is that we are raising up questions that are linked to human rights problem both globally but also in Finland. The idea is that Finland wants very gladly to promote itself as an example of human rights globally, but I think that we have to take care of our own human rights violations before we can promote ourselves globally. So my idea has been to kind of focus on problems in the Finnish society from a human rights perspective, and those kind of problems have been, for example, elderly care, mental services, and then the drug policy and politics as a whole. And as we know, and this was also something that they were talking in the day center today, as we know, sadly, the amount of young people dying in drugs in Finland is the highest in Europe at the moment. And we know from experts that the legislation we have at the moment doesn't work. And actually they were also talking about this in the day center today, that it makes their work really difficult when they are giving, for example, this basic health services. People who seek for help, they don't want to get registered, but the city wants everyone to be registered because that's linked to the funding that the day center can get. So, for example, when they are taking care of these very bad infections, they have to register the patient in their system. And then the professionals in the day center said that they feel that that's an obstacle, that they shouldn't do that, that prevents people from seeking help to infections that could be taken care really easily. So the legislation doesn't work, the system doesn't really work, so that the preventive work would be possible. So also when you look at the situation in the streets of Helsinki, you can quite easily notice that there has been a generational change among those people who don't have who have multiple problems and who are homeless. So before now it's like those people who were born after the economical depression in the 90s, and we can also see a generational poverty. So there are a lot of people in the day center, for example, whose parents are also visiting regularly the day center. So this is not only about that the services should be taken care of, it's like a broader issue. We should take the income level of these people up, and then the housing is a very central question. There is not enough of housing for homeless people in Helsinki at the moment, and especially if you look at young people, they were talking that they don't want to go to these shelters which are meant for older people, and especially, for example, young women are facing a lot of violence, so they have to then choose the street instead. So the young homeless people in the Helsinki streets, it's a growing problem. We have been working in the parliament very much in order to make the legislation better, and one paradox that I have been talking about quite a lot is that how can it be that at the same time as the attitudes are changing in the larger society, the attitudes within the parliament, it doesn't change. So the questions or the discussions are very conservative, and they are like for control and restrictions, and then outside the parliament people want to have a change in our drug policy and the legislation, and that's a paradox that I don't know, I'm a sociologist myself, but I haven't found an answer to that. Why is it so that people tend, when they are chosen to be like parliamentarians, they want to promote a conservative politics towards drug politics rather than a liberal one? But I think that we need more like knowledge-based decision making. It has been very helpful that a lot of researchers have been active in the discussion in Finland. So you have to, like in these discussions, you have to take into consideration that there is a lot of academic research that shows that this system doesn't work at the moment. So I really hope that now when we are having elections in 3 weeks, that this question would also be like a central one, and that we would more talk about that we have to stop like criminalizing poverty, and so that there has to be a change in the next period, so that our drug politics will be based on human rights, based on the fact that even if people would never stop using drugs, even then they deserve decent living, and that they have human rights as well. So we have to take care of everyone, and I'm especially worried about the young generation living in the streets in Helsinki. So there's surely a lot of things to do, but taking into consideration the drug deaths in Finland, I cannot understand why this isn't a bigger issue for example, in the public at the moment. It should be definitely a main topic in the elections. This is a question that should be asked from every party leader, that what are you going to do so that this horrible trend will change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Veronika. And next we have time for some audience questions. If there's any for the previous speakers you have. Any previous speaker?
And we have this box.
Hello.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Maybe I would like to, I'm not sure if I should give this question to Neil or to Veronika. We have this discussion in Finland revolving a lot about the decriminalization of drugs, so basically taking away the punishment for using illegal drugs. But we have very little discussion around the idea of regulating drugs, and that's what our speakers here from the UK already brought up, that the solution, the real solution that we need is the regulation of drugs, not just decriminalizing the use. And maybe a question: how can we further that debate? And yes, something. I don't really have a formulated question because this came so quickly, but this paradigm, decriminalization versus regulation.
Yeah, it's a really important point, and obviously the discussion certainly in this region has been much more about decriminalisation. Certainly in Norway, decriminalisation is the reform that almost passed, and hopefully we'll do again soon. And of course, decriminalisation is a really important step, because criminalising young people only causes them harm. You ruin people's life chances for something that is normal human behaviour. This drug consumption is normal human behaviour, and the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can get some more sensible policies. So yeah, of course, stopping the criminalisation of anybody who uses drugs is a very, very important step. But we're LEAP, so I speak for LEAP, and I'm coming at this from a policing perspective. Yeah, I want to consider the welfare of our population, but I'm still fighting organised crime. And that's what I want to do, and you can't fight organised crime just by decriminalising. So yes, you can look at Portugal. They have saved lives, they have less blood-borne viruses, they have less petty crime from people who are being exploited by organised crime, but you've still got organised crime controlling the supply. You've still got organised crime refining their wealth and investing it in corruption. You've still got no control over the supply, which, for making reference to what Anne-Marie said, Martha died because the MDMA was not regulated, and all of the MDMA deaths that I'm aware of, all of them, are because it's an unregulated product. It's either 4 or 5 times too much of a dose, or it's adulterated with something, with PMA. I saw a rather terrifying image of 4 different pills seized in Manchester in the UK a couple of days ago. 4 different pills, identical, 4 different compositions of drugs in those pills. One of them had MDMA, one of them had PMA in it, which is extremely much more dangerous than MDMA. 4 different, so literally a lottery, even when pills look exactly the same, and that's terrifying. And that's because criminals control the network. And you know, it's important to note that regulation is coming. It is coming. You know, politicians everywhere need to just sit up and wake up that this is coming, and soon it'll be like a tide. As soon as Germany gets their regulation of cannabis up and running, everything else is on the table. If you look at what's happening with the medical regulation, or the impending medical regulation of psychedelics, people are already talking about the regulation of psychedelics for well-being, to prevent a decline into mental illness. This is coming. So we've come to Finland not to say that we know best. We've come to Finland in hope, because you made the point about being a leading light in human rights, but Finland's a leading light for social policy. You have Housing First, which is being copied everywhere. It's being copied in the UK. You know, you do have this reputation for not only pragmatic but really intelligent innovations in social policy here. You've got a far better alcohol regulation than we do, well, than anywhere else in Europe. You know, you've got these innovations. We're looking to you for leadership. That's why we've come here. But leadership has to involve how best to take control. And this is about control. Regulation is about control. There's another question.
Yeah. I just want to add on here, because I think it's the most central question or everyone is going to be raised, the question about regulation. because that's the basic thing we're really talking about. You know, when you have these discussions in Norway, and they get quite heated because we always throw around a lot of different words around. One of the criticism of the proposal for Norwegian reform was that it was legalization. It was never meant as legalization. And if you call someone a legalist, then of course he has no sort of, then you know he's a bluff. Everyone will just think that this is going to go very wrong. But when it comes to regulation, basically, we already have regulations of drugs. They're called pharmacies. And I had them for a very long time. All things sold on pharmacies, all drugs sold on the street, you can also find in pharmacies. The big thing is that one is illegal, the other one is legal, actually. So there's different ways of doing this, to be very concrete. First of all, you can go the pharmacy way, which is old. We used to have that. If you go 100 years back, it was sold in pharmacies. You could get everything you wanted in pharmacies. So it all has to do with how you regulate it before that, if you have doctors in, and how you're going to do that practically. The other one, of course, is the good old Nordic way of having monopolies, like the alcohol monopoly in Norway and Finland and Sweden, which works well. Don't do like the US, have a free market. That's the most stupid thing you could do. The most stupid thing, of course, is what we're doing now. Try to use it as a penal question and using police and the court system. That's one we know isn't working. We know that it's not working and it costs a hell of a lot. So, what I'm saying, we already have models of regulation. We just have to choose them. What you want. You want to go for monopoly, or you want to go for a pharmacy, or whatever. It already exists.
Yes, thank you. I'm Pekka Hakkarainen, research professor at Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. Just a short additional question to Neil. Just to be explicit what we are talking about. When you said that you see regulation as a solution for organized crime supplying drugs, then we are not talking about only cannabis. What is the main trend in the regulation and legalization policies, but all kind of drugs, am I right?
Yeah, that's right. We advocate the legal control, the legal regulation of all of the drugs. And the drugs should be regulated according to their relative risks. So for those countries that have a problem with heroin, for example, heroin is actually the easiest to regulate because you regulate it through a medical control, and we have very good examples of that. We used to do that in Britain up until the end of the 1960s. When we regulated heroin, it meant that if you had developed a problem with heroin, or cocaine actually at the time under the British system, you would go to a doctor, and if you had a problem, you would be provided a safe supply of that drug, which meant we didn't have any organised crime involvement at all. So at the end of the British system, in the end of the 1960s in the UK, we had 1,046 heroin consumers, and the number was falling. So then it was banned, then it was controlled under the Misuse of Drugs Act. Less than 15 years later, we had 300,000 heroin consumers in the UK, and all of the associated organised crime violence that went with it. We surrendered control to organised crime. Now, some drugs are easier to regulate than others. I believe one of the easiest to regulate will be MDMA. Easier than cannabis, because you can't grow MDMA at home. You can only get it made in a pharmacy, and it will be the easiest drug to get rid of the illicit market, because who would buy something concocted in a back alley if you can get something regulated in a blister pack, certified as produced in a laboratory from a licensed pharmacy? The illicit market would disappear. Cannabis is one of the most trickiest to get rid of the illicit market. In Canada, they've made the mistake of pricing it at twice the price of the illicit market. Twice the price, which means they've only got rid of 60% of the illicit market. But that's still a win. It's still a win because it's less money going into the pockets of organised crime. But psychedelics, whatever the drug, yeah, they all need controlling, all of them, according to their relative risks.
Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the answers. Just to give a short comment, I've been working for the past 6 years in the Tor web, on the drug marketplaces here in Finland, like online drug marketplaces, and I can say that just installing one app you can get pretty much all the drugs 24/7 currently. So I would really like to see more control in the way drugs are sold, because now anyone, not depending on your age, can get any drug all the time, and I don't think that's a good model. And for the next speaker, I would like to introduce Professor Bob Hogenboom. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Hogenboom.
Very good.
And he holds a chair in fraud and regulation at Nieuwenrode University. And his current research is on the effectivity of multi-agency strategies in preventing organized crime and money laundering. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I've brought a few pictures from the Netherlands just to enlighten a little bit a movement that is taking place in the Netherlands with regard to drug policy in general. One of the first pictures has to do with an experiment in Utrecht last summer for 3 months. An ecstasy shop was opened up. Obviously there was no ecstasy being sold, but it was an experiment to address the public, people coming by, people from the ministries, people from law enforcement, to get an educated discussion on how ecstasy could be regulated. The experiment was being done by a foundation in the Netherlands called Mainline, very prominent harm reduction organization, and together with a criminologist from the University of Utrecht. They interviewed a lot of people, they interviewed policy makers, they interviewed law enforcement people, and in a couple of weeks a report will come out. And this is a very fundamental step, although a small step in the Netherlands, where we try to normalize the discussion on, in this case, ecstasy. Another picture I brought is the mayor of Amsterdam, Femke Halsema, a left-wing Green Party politician for years in Dutch Parliament, who went to become mayor of Amsterdam. And in November, the Ministry of Justice organized a big meeting of Italian Minister of Justice, Spanish, French, a big conference on international drug trafficking. And Femke Halsema, the mayor of Amsterdam, was the host of the conference. And she stood up, she opened the conference and gave a speech in the middle of the hornet's nest of all Ministry of Justice tough guy and girl talking about increasing the cooperation internationally. And she made a speech in which she said, I know it's very difficult politically to talk about cocaine regulation, but I think we must do this. We can't make a deal here today, but it's politically very necessary to get this message across. So this was a sort of a one woman guerrilla action in the middle of all these Ministry of Justice people. And again, it's very difficult, but it shows, like the ecstasy shop, like this political statement, that we are trying in the Netherlands to move away from the stalemate, to move away from the discussions we've had for the last 50 years, and to try and come up with new ways to deal with it. Another experiment in the Netherlands. We are just starting You obviously know we have this schizophrenic system in the Netherlands where it's legal to buy small substances in coffee shops, but it's illegal to grow. So it's a terrible system, and for years we are trying to move on. In 2 cities, in short time, we will start with a experiment where also the cannabis is being grown by companies that can sell legally to the coffee shop. So again, an example of some movement that we are trying to make. I had the pleasure last year of meeting Neil and Annemarie. We had a meeting in the library of Amsterdam where LEAP came over and talked about what is the background of LEAP, where did it come from, talk a little bit about the American experiences and Neil's story about his undercover work and his infiltration work. I've been a lecturer at the Police Academy for over 30 years. I've done a lot of training sessions in law enforcement, in infiltration, in detective work, and I have this fascination for the absolute necessity of this work, but also a fascination for the fact that it is a very dangerous game being played by the state. It harms people, it harms police officers. Neil's book is fantastic on his experiences with regard to his year-long experiences in undercover work. It's absolutely necessary, but it's a very tricky line of work that needs a lot of professional guidance and that's not always the case. So when people from LEAP approached me, and also these are 2 police officers in the Netherlands involved in LEAP Netherlands. We created LEAP Netherlands because of my 30 years of experience in the police academy and doing advisory work within law enforcement. I tried to recruit, in Neil's terms, to get informants within the Dutch police to become a member of LEAP Netherlands. And some 140 people immediately became a member of our closed LinkedIn network on social media. And there were, to my amazement, although I had all these experiences for decades, there were high-ranking advisors of the National Police Commissioner, police commissioners, people working in drug work, people working in infiltration. So there's this growing, but it's very difficult to get the message across and to get it organized. You have to do a lot of work, a lot of enthusiasm into it. But I think it's vital, not only in the Netherlands, but also in many other countries. What we did after the LEAP launch in Amsterdam, we organized a trip with people coming over from the UK in the Rotterdam harbour. And this guy here sitting on the right is the chief of the harbour police in Rotterdam. He is constantly on social media with thousands of drug busts and every day or every 2 days. But at the same time, he is a very liberal-minded police officer. And that's what I find fascinating in this whole lead move set, I'll get you a boat. So he had this immediate interest in providing a setting, and people from LEAP went sailing through the Rotterdam harbour and had a discussion with people from the Dutch, from the Rotterdam police. And I find that very necessary that we have this professional conversation. especially with people in law enforcement itself. The lady on the left is called Greetje Bos. She was a public prosecutor and also a member of the Dutch liberal ruling party, the VVD, who has run government for the last 12 years, and she's a member of the VVD. 3 years ago there was a general election, 2.5 years ago, and she, as a member of the VVD, with his experience in public prosecution and also the drug policies and the limits of it, she organized at the national party day of the VVD, she tried to get a new proposal into the VVD program, political program, and 47% of the VVD members voted for regulation. So it didn't make it, but it shows to me also that within the ruling parties, increasingly there is some room to get a more a better, a professional, a more educated discussion going about. So there's also hope within the political system over there. Also, we have for the last couple of years a increased war on drugs. Mostly cannabis, but also cocaine in the Rotterdam harbor and also in Antwerp, a neighboring country, Belgium. And increasingly, mayors in the Netherlands see the limits of what they are doing and what the police is doing and what the public prosecutor's office is doing. So they put out a pamphlet a year and a half ago, very critical on some issues with regard to the drug policies. So again, the mayors are coming to the fore. Also a hopeful initiative, I guess. We have a think tank in the Netherlands consisting of people from different backgrounds, former politicians, academics, people in arts and literature, who put out a manifest for a realistic drug policy, also a year and a half ago, in which they also addressed the issue that we have to have a more fluent, a more robust discussion politically, but also operationally, on is this the way to go forward? And in it is the quote, a dead-end street. And I very much like this quote, a dead-end street. I was just reminded the story Neil told us on the limited use of all these infiltration and repression stuff that is taking place. I had the pleasure in 1994 to go with a delegation of Dutch public prosecutors and policemen, academics to the United States, and we had a 2-week educational program with DEA, Customs, Secret Service, and all these agencies. And there was this one presentation of a very enthusiastic DEA guy who had a fantastic story, how they for 2 years had an operation in a drug cartel in South America, and he was fluent in his enthusiasm and what they did and how difficult the infiltration was and the arrests and stuff like that. And one of us asked at the end of this fantastic story, and what happened? And just a matter of fact, he mentioned, he said something like, well, of course, somebody else took over. So in a split second, this story, little stories with big meaning, we have to tell them somewhat more. Finally, this is a colleague of mine. He is the best known police researcher, criminologist in the Netherlands. His name is Feyenoord, Cyril Feyenoord. Just recently he came back, gave an interview on the Wickersham Commission. And the Wickersham Commission is a United States commission in the early 30s, came out with a report in 31, and it ended the prohibition. And the Wickersham Commission had 3 criteria. One, if there is a lack of societal support for everything you prohibit, and that's the case in many countries around the world with regard to drugs. I have 2 daughters who studied in Amsterdam, and all the stories I've heard the last 7 years. I have this professional interest in the drug market, but also what they know from their colleagues, from their students. There is absolutely in some parts of our society no support whatsoever, and that was a criteria for the Wickersham Commission. If everybody goes to speakeasies in the late 20s, and booze was everywhere around, how can you maintain such a system? The second, and that's what I find at the end of my career the most interesting, is that we tend to neglect that not only are there limited effects, but also increasingly the state comes up with more extensive powers, more budgets, more infiltration, more information sharing. So the price we pay as a civil society for this ongoing war on drugs, which it leads all the time to more extensive powers, and a lack of result. And the last criterion of the Wickersham Commission is the enormous amount of money we as a society burn for something that has absolutely no other than political and symbolic effects. The money we burn. I've been working in law enforcement for 35 years. I've been a member of commissions, of research programs on financial investigation, on money laundering, on infiltration, on cooperation between different agencies, on public-private partnership, you name it. You have all these programs that cost enormous amounts of money. And as we know from evaluation studies, from academic research, the effect isn't that big. Shouldn't we put all this money more into harm reduction, more into social policies, more into other forms of crime also? For instance, I have 1 minute and the professor is getting started, so I have to wrap it up. 2 years ago I published a study on real estate and money laundering, notaries and real estate agents. And I interviewed the people from the National Intelligence Squad. Some 1,100 people were working there at the time. And I was interested in white-collar crime, money laundering with regard to in the real estate market. And I asked the people working there, okay, of these 1,100 people, how many are involved in financial economic crime, in white-collar crime? 11. And then I asked, and the rest, what is the rest doing? Well, they're all in drugs. and they're all in counterterrorism, and they're all in, we have this large-scale witness protection program, and policemen and lawyers who are threatened. So, at the same time, in every police precinct in the Netherlands, there are these cases piling up on cybercrime, on all sorts of violence in our social relations, youth problems. So as a society, we direct lots of money in a subject that has little effect and could be used in another way. And that's what I find interesting on this LEAP initiative, and what I find interesting in going to other countries and talking with people like you, to get some of these pictures across also in your countries, and together perhaps create a better future for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. And for our next speaker, I would like to introduce Coel Thomas, who is an activist, a researcher, a deputy councillor, and a parliamentary election candidate of the Green Party. He has written a model on how cannabis should be regulated or could be regulated in Finland, and has been an advocate on cannabis regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, don't be fooled by the name and the accent. I am actually Finnish. I'm half American, so the name comes from my father's side, just as the accent does. My mom's Finnish, and I grew up in eastern Helsinki. I work as a researcher at a think tank, and I research citizens' assemblies and deliberative democracy, but that's obviously not what I'm here to talk about today. I have a master's degree in political sociology, and I actually graduated from the same university as Professor Hohenbaum. I'm a deputy city councillor here in Helsinki from the Helsinki Greens, and I also serve on the subcommittee for permits and environment and on the police affairs committee. I'm also a cannabis activist, and in this realm I've done quite a lot of stuff. I wrote my own regulatory model, which you can find on my website in English as well, if you want to. And I was one of the main instigators in changing the policy of the Finnish Greens for legalizing cannabis. And interesting fact, actually, so 2 years ago we had our party congress where we had the vote between decriminalization or regulation of cannabis, and regulation won the vote by, was it 183 to 181? So just a couple votes. It's basically, if one vote would have changed, it would have gone even, and then we would have gone with decriminalization. And we had this online discussion during our party congress, and Neil was one of the guests there. And afterwards, this one comrade of mine told me that their opinion was changed by Neil's speech. So Neil actually played a historical role in Finnish drug policy, because his speech was one of the reasons why the Finnish Green League became the first political party in Finnish history, that is in parliament to support the regulation of cannabis. So thanks for that, Neil. I really want to thank our international guests for being here. It's very valuable, especially that we can get perspectives from police officers, because Finnish police officers cannot speak their minds about these topics as our guests can. I get messages from all kinds of people, because I talk very actively about the failures of our drug policy, and a couple police officers have also sent me messages. One of them told me about how he supports very strongly the regulation of cannabis, but he can't talk about this at work. He's a junior officer, and the police is a very hierarchical organization, and he cannot voice his opinion I find this a problem from the perspective of freedom of speech. The leadership of the Finnish police are the most prominent lobbyists for our current system of prohibition. When our parliament discussed a citizens' initiative to decriminalize cannabis, many representatives of the Finnish police were heard. Their testimonies were unfortunately not the most truthful. They talked about the gateway hypothesis, which was debunked by actual experts heard by the committee. They talked about how cannabis makes people violent and can actually make children have a psychosis and then take guns to schools. These were actual things that the police told members of parliament. They said, there was this one officer who said that legalization threatens our national security because all young people would become addicts and then they couldn't defend the country. Now, these arguments should seem ridiculous to most people, but the overwhelming majority of our parliament sided with the police on this initiative and voted against decriminalization. I actually know some of these politicians that voted against these measures, and I know for a fact that they actually support decriminalization or legalization as well. I've spoken about them, spoken with them about this. I know this for a fact. Here we get to the old problem that for a politician, it's much easier to do what is popular than what is right. Our lack of public discourse around these issues also keeps the opinions of people as they are. The majority of Finns will change their minds on issues when presented with new facts, and when they're presented by experts, and especially by political leaders. We saw this kind of change in opinion in the NATO discussion, for example, and it could happen in this discussion as well. Unfortunately, political leaders right now act more like cowards than leaders in this issue, and police are regarded by many as the leading experts in this field. The police are experts in catching criminals and do a great job at enforcing prohibition, as Neil already explained to us. Unfortunately, when discussing the greater societal implications of prohibition, Finnish police drift from the realm of facts into the realm of opinions based on debunked myths. It's hard for me to get over the irony that police battling drug crime is actually creating more drug crime. I fear what the escalating war on drugs means for my own community as well. The first areas in a country to experience increasing negative effects of the escalating war on drugs are always suburbs of big cities. I'm from Eastern Helsinki. We have the most diverse neighborhoods, the average level of education is lower, and the city is not built as beautifully as the area where we are right now. We will face every problem that comes with the escalating war on drugs first. How long until my community starts facing the same problems we see literally everywhere where the war on drugs has been escalated past the point where we are right now in Finland? How long before we see an explosion in knife and gun crime, children dealing opioids, gang rapes, and all the other issues that Neil told us about? Because these problems are coming if we do not change our ways. We already have children dying. How long until we do something about it? Even in my party, the Greens, as well as the Left Alliance, the main paradigm when it comes to drugs still revolves around the war on drugs. Yes, our parties are trying to advance general decriminalization, the decriminalization of use, but our politicians are quick to remind people that they still want police cracking down on supply, which we know for a fact is not sustainable. Yes, we do support regulating cannabis in the Greens now, but even this was a massive uphill battle to pass, and our party leadership is still not behind it 100%. And even the idea of talking about regulating drugs like ecstasy or cocaine seems difficult to even start. The Left Alliance doesn't even support regulating cannabis yet. So obviously we need more bravery in the parties that are already the biggest allies in this fight. Politicians fear their voters, but NGOs don't have voters. The main issue that the Institute for Health and Welfare of Finland and many other NGOs that do great work in the field of drugs in Finland, I feel like it's that regulation is seen as a social experiment, while prohibition is seen as a given, neutral standpoint, and not as a system with its own very serious consequences. Because of the lack of critical discussion towards the war on drugs, it's very difficult to move forward on this topic. That's why events like this are so important. I want to thank Huumeet ja päihdepolitiikkaa a lot for organizing this event, and especially our international guests for their great and very moving talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. And then we have, again, some time for audience questions for the previous speakers. If there's any questions.
I got the box.
For Bob or
Just
Cole?
how do you, is that?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
A question for Coel. Just on your observation of the discussions, you've mentioned the Green Party and the Left Alliance. Now, it's always really important for us as members of LEAP to emphasise that this is not a partisan issue. This has to be adopted and considered by all of the political parties, and certainly we find that we have allies right across the political spectrum. We do in the United States. We have libertarians. In Norway, the reforms were actually led by the centre-right. It varies per country, but do you have ways of encouraging this debate on the other side, perhaps on the more right-leaning, or is that the more difficult part? I'm not formulating my question very well. But
No, I get it. That's a great question. Actually, I mean, I've been trying to change the drug laws around cannabis in Finland for the past half a decade, and through this I do have quite extensive networks in the National Coalition Party, our center-right party, the Social Democrats. I've met a lot of people in the Center Party, which is our more agrarian party, and there are people in all political parties that support at least ending the prohibition of cannabis, and the general decriminalization of all drugs. Even younger members of the Christian Democrats, which is our very socially conservative party, not like the Christian Democrats in Europe usually. Even younger members of this party do support legalizing cannabis and the decriminalization of all drugs. To me, this is not a partisan issue. This is not a left-right thing. In the Greens and the Left Alliance, we tend to have in my opinion, a more science-based approach to politics, and we have a lot more braver politicians. We have younger politicians. We have more urban politicians, and I think that does affect the policy of the party. But I do believe that, like, for example, when we legalize cannabis in Finland, that government will have Social Democrats and most likely the National Coalition Party. And I do believe that we can advance this, and we do have good allies in this fight throughout the political spectrum. Thanks for the question. There's another question right behind you.
I don't think that's much of a question, but a comment. Just a brief background about myself. I've been 46 years in the business of what you've been doing, working in more than 80 countries all over the world, participating in the war on drugs as well. My comment to you, thank you for your very good and somewhat provocative presentation. You said one thing that stuck with me, that was that the police cannot say or they can't express their views about their
for example, drug policy. I'm a living example of one who has been open about it. My problem, since I understood some 25 years ago that fighting drugs that the way we are doing is expensive and useless, has been that there has been no platform to continue the discussion. And the only platform comes in the form of presentations like today, or when there is time for elections. Then some people raise the issue and you can participate in the discussion. So that was a long comment, but I probably get one through. Yes.
Maybe I can give just a bit more background. Sorry, how are we running on time? Do you want me to stop talking?
Coffee break until 2. So.
Okay, no, but we want to drink some coffee as well. So, no, this one police officer that sent me a message. He has sometimes voiced some of his political opinions, in the coffee room, so stuff like this. This is what he told me, but he gets a lot of hate for it. And this was just, him talking about politicians that he likes. And he says that he doesn't want to bring out his opinions when it comes to drug policy because he fears that, what if it will hurt his career down the line? He's a young guy, and most of his bosses are twice his age. He believes that he can make a difference when he becomes, one of the more higher-ranking officers, and I believe him. I told him that not everyone can be an activist. Not everyone can be an activist. It does take a lot of courage, and it can put your own job at risk as well. So yeah, you want to go on that coffee break? I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the comments and questions. We now have a coffee break until 2, so see you here at 2. The coffee is in the room up there. We can chat a bit more there.
Yeah.
Are we online? Testing, testing.
Jos saa puhua täällä, mä en pysty tarkistamaan ääntä, kun ei ole ääntä.
Okay. So, the next speaker comes from Norway. His name is Paul Larsen. He holds a chair in criminology at the Police University College of Oslo, and he's a founding member and in the steering group of LEAP Scandinavia, as well as a member of the advisory board of the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policies. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'm here today to speak about experiences from Norway and about the drug reform that was sunk. And I'm going to talk about, I got 20 minutes, and it's happened quite a lot of things for the last 3-4 years, so I have to be sort of brief in some of the points here. But I think, at least for the Finns, there's a lot to learn about what happened in Norway, because I can hear from your presentation that quite a few of the arguments and the way of thinking that the police and influence politics and so on is quite much the same as happened in Norway. So if you ever get going on sort of a drug reform in Finland, just be aware, police will try to torpedo it again. Be sure. To cut this short, what happened was quite surprising, and it was in December 2017. It was stated that there was a political majority for a drug reform in Norway. For many of us, this came quite surprising. We hadn't foreseen it, to be quite honest. And especially the Liberal Party, Venstre, that was the leading group, but they also got the other conservative parties actually on trying to make a reform. And the main thing to the reform was to go from punishment to health. That was stated clearly. The Minister of Health, Bent Høie, he stated when this topic was up that drug addicts shall receive health care and respect, not punishment and condemnation. We are now starting on the task of changing the Norwegian drug policy and the attitudes towards fellow humans that struggle with drug dependency. This was said when he was putting down the commission that later made the reports in 2019. So it was sort of the bedrock. You have to go from punishment of drug users to the more health-oriented way. And he also said, look to Portugal. So it was clearly stated that you should go and learn from the Portuguese experiences. That's quite interesting. So, to make this clear from the starting point, we're not talking about legalization here, but what was in the card was a decriminalization of use and possession. So, that was sort of the starting point. Norway, I think if you look at Norway, Sweden and Finland, I think Norway is absolutely the country with the highest penalty rates of these. So we are the hawks. We have a long tradition of punishing also users of drug use, and they have a firm belief in the use of punishment, really, when in this field. In other fields we don't. So the drugs have been sort of exceptional in many ways. The report was made in a very short time. It took a little bit more than a year, and this big official report came out, NOU, an official Norwegian official report, in December 2019. And they clearly stated that they wanted a decriminalization of drug use and possession for all kinds of drugs. What they described was quite much the same as what had been going on in Portugal, really. It said nothing, of course, about the market or the sale and so on of drugs. So it was only about these two topics. Drugs were to be still illegal but not criminalized. And I think one of the main points was that they tried to reduce the costs and the pains of using punishment, the stigma. It was pointed out time and time again that the system we have is stigmatizing, that is actually pushing people into a role of deviant and making the problem even worse. And it was a thick report, 350 pages, and it was very, very well documented. So it's worth reading if you know how to read the word language of Norwegian. I think there is a short version in English also. It's actually a very, very solid report. And you could say that the commission was only liberal guys, because even police were sitting in this commission, so we had a quite mixed group of experts and working in the field who wrote this report. Healthcare, not punishment, that was the main line, and it was pointed out. I think I have to put on my glasses if I can see what's written here. Of course, then, one thing is to make such a report, but then you have to change the laws. And in February 2021, there was a law reform presented. And the main line in that was that if this had been carried out as proposed, the law change, people who were caught with illegal drugs for their own use would be obliged to appear before a municipal advisory unit where they would receive information about risks and health damage from drug use and offers for help. It was proposed to introduce a fee of Norwegian 2,300 kroner, which is approximately 240 euros for the ones not going to this meeting. As some of you then will recognize, this is much like the Portuguese version, but we also have this fee because we have to have something of a punishment. We had something there because it was critics. But the reporter didn't have the fee. They said, then no one will go to this consultation. Typical Norwegian way of thinking. You need to have some whip to get them there. The police was still supposed to uncover drug use and possession and have access to visitation of people. All illegal drugs were still to be seized regardless of quantity. So, as you see, what was actually sold in as a reform was not that radical. It was, I would say, this was not, as many presented, this is a real radical reform. No, it was not. Actually, it was not. Then, of course, it was a heated debate about the law. I will also point out that 3 days before the NOU in 2019 was officially released, 3 days before, the Norwegian police director, Station Narcotic Police Organization, NNPF, was central. NNPF is, I would call them dogmatic organization. They work for what they say themselves, prevention of use. So they're on the street level use, but and they have more than 3,000 members. Norway is the size of Finland, so we have like total with civilians and all 19,000 working in Norwegian police, 3,000 members of this organization. So they're a very strong political factor. So the main arguments against the reform were legalizing, that is sending the wrong signals. You heard that in Finland too. And even talking about it made the youngsters believe that now it was free to use drugs, the police said, which of course is bullshit. And they've all been in the media for the last month saying we have a wave of cocaine use in Norway among youngsters. Research says something quite differently. There's no wave at all. But police say, and the thing is that these police officers are usually members of NNPF. Big surprise there. Because the wrong signals are sent, so they will use. Police need punishment to prevent drug use. it's a very central line. We can't do crime prevention without using punishment. This belief in punishment is very rooted in Norwegian police. And of course, we cannot gamble with the future of our youth. So this were mainly arguments coming from the police, but they was taken up by parts of the political system. So it ended with the whole process was sunk when the Social Democratic Party was they were dependent on them, and it was election year. 2021 was election year. We had a conservative government before that, and the Social Democrats said no. It must be pointed out that the Social Democrats was a divided party. Like most Norwegian parties, they're divided in this question. The interesting thing then is that after this process was sunk, the reform was, the law reform was gone. In this process, there came up a lot of interesting debates. One of them was the debate about most political parties now said, well, this reform had been okay if it only had been for addicted drug users. So they actually meant that we should have one reform for the addicted ones and one for the youngsters. The youngsters should be punished while the addicted ones should not be. So there's a political majority actually for not punishing addicts, tired drug users, as we say in Norway. This, of course, sounds very good, but in practical use is hopeless. Because who defines what is addictive? Who's an addict and who's not? And that's, of course, a medical question. Even medics, they argue a lot about this. Very hard to find out. And police are the last ones who actually should decide who's an addict or not. They have no clue, to be quite honest. But this came up. And the second one was that there was a total confusion about police methods concerning searching for drugs, and this became quite heated in the debate on the law, because the chief of prosecution in Oslo, he said that this reform will make the police unable to fight drug use, and then of course people ask, yeah, what sort of methods do you then talk about? And he mentioned some of them, and then the general attorney said, but these methods are not legal when it comes to minor drug use. So there was a total situation where people didn't know what's actually, have we been breaching the law for years now? Have the police actually been doing illegal things? Yeah, looks like it. So the general attorney then had to clarify the rules of investigation and tell them to the police. And this was after he also did research on the use of these methods, because people said, we don't do that. We don't do rectal exploration of people. We don't look under a scrotum or have searches on the girls, have to strip them and so on. They did, of course they do. Probably do the same in Finland. And this was all the users. I mean, what with small amounts of drugs. Sometimes they didn't have it on them either. So it's and of course, so this investigation made by the general attorney found out this was done in thousands of cases have been done for the last years. High Court also followed up what had been the discussion and said that now it's that actually the politics has changed, because it's a majority not to punish addicts. And so High Court actually came to the verdict in the case where there was a heroin user that he was caught with 4 grams of heroin, and it went all the way up to High Court. There was 2 other cases, well, similar cases. And the verdict came to this in short. The change in practice that I have explained means that drug addicts' accusation possession and storage of up to 5 grams of heroin, amphetamine, or cocaine for their own use will henceforth generally lead to a waiver of sentencing, which is in Norwegian law and Finnish law also a sort of punishment, but a very mild one compared to what they used to. The same applies to actual use of drugs. So I wouldn't say that decriminalized the drug use, but they actually at least put the level of sentencing down quite a lot. Earlier this would have ended up with 2 months of imprisonment. So high courts follow up what the discussion. Okay, a little short on what's happened after this. I have 2 minutes, yes. And this might be interested of some of you because we have something in Norway called Twitter. Twitter, you know, you are on social media, all of you. If you take hashtag Twitter, you will get into a very, very interesting forum. What happened, of course, was that when this process was sunk, a lot of people got real angry on the police, and especially on NNPF. And they wanted to see how have they influenced the politics, what's been their role in the forming of politics and policy in Norway. And there was a group of people working online, digging in official documents, in all sorts of going into letters, going into money being sent to organizations and so on from police, from the Department of Justice, from different organizations, to find out, hey, how is this group NNPF connected to the police? Because it's a private organization, it's not a part of the police. They had a lot of findings, but the finding was very clear. There was unclear lines between the police organization and NNPF. So it was very hard to say what is what. And they were financed by a police department, by the Department of Justice and many others, and they had been given millions a year to this organization. And they also got a list of members, so they found out that a lot of these people have been in the media talking about the dangers of drugs and so on. They were actually central members of NNPF, like the leader of prosecution in Oslo, who had told about all the methods that they're going to use. He was actually on top of the NNPF system. It's sort of embarrassing, isn't it? So the whole question is, who is in control of Norwegian drug policy? And this ended up, again, typical Norwegian, we had to make a commission on it, and this commission, rolleforståelsesutvalget, very nice Norwegian word there, very long and fine, made a report on this, and their main findings can be read here. The main findings were that our main conclusion is that there has been not been a sufficient separation between the role as police and the role as member of the NNPF. It's been impossible to say if this person has been talking as a member of NNPF or the police. They usually go to meetings with parents and politicians and so on in uniform. The police have left the responsibility for carrying out and organizing training in the field of doping and drugs to a private organization, which also is a very dogmatic and doesn't use research much. They don't care about it really, do cherry picking. That the police have allowed both police practice and police policy to be developed by zealots in a private organization. This is both a democratic problem and a problem for the rule of law the committee stays. So this also you should read. It's a very, very crushing report on the mix here of laws. That was Norway.
Thank you, Paul. And then we have our next guest is our third Finnish-speaking presenter, and he's Heikki Mäkiprosi, a senior constable in Helsinki Police Department and works in preventive action.
Thank you very much. Yes. It's good to be here. I've
heard and listened carefully about critics and comments of colleagues and law enforcement authorities in different different countries, and I can quite much agree what has been said today. And one perspective that I have a possibility to speak here about my own work and also findings or some conflicts of interests inside the helping people or punishing people from criminal behavior. That's my main task. Is of course to try to keep my customers alive, which now seems to be a problem in Finland. There's a few slides about neighborhood work, which the practical level of working here in Helsinki, and that works put it inside the regulations and ethics and opinions from different steering methods that the police have, and so it's like a working method which does not come up with the problems for myself, I shouldn't be doing this because it's allowing people to use more drugs or something like that. But with my work there comes up the problem that we want to be proactive on human rights, which is the most important thing what police officer is doing, protecting the people's lives. So there comes the situation that people are using drugs, but instead of writing a fine to that person, we're trying to find some social or healthcare NGO worker to help that person to move on. So yeah, we go through with a few slides, and we'll see if we come up with these different political questions. And yes, that's one perspective that as I work as a senior constable, so I think I have the most easiest to speak freely about different aspects of my work. When we start to go up in this hierarchy organization, I have believed that it's more strict upon the, we have certain messages and we need to follow them. So, but because of my task, I have quite a unique point of view for this topic that we are talking about today. And intro method we developed in, last year with workers and specialists from different NGOs, and it was it's about how to do neighborhood work, how to make the neighborhoods work as better in Helsinki. And this information and presentation is gathered together with Anuska Dalmaso and Inari Piskari. Yeah, the world where people use drugs is very big, and we can say at the bottom of that world is the people who are using drugs and with a high risk way of using it, and are young or women or some minor groups. And they are in the risk of being used and abused sexually or with the violence. The world is of course like a dominance hierarchy with the people without home and without the protection of law because of their use of drugs, and that they feel that they are criminals and being treated as a criminals. So they are out of our normal protection system. Short idea how the intermethods work. We have 4 different methods, and this is about atmosphere in the neighborhood, about how to first of all use the professionals to work for the same goal. And usually when the police comes to the on site and people call to the alarm center, the tolerance level has gone over the tolerance level, like the yellow line. And that's like some neighbor looking from the window and saying, oh, there's a fight, or this is the last time I will go outside from that door, and there are people always in front of my door and they are talking to me very badly or they being aggressive. So the tolerance level is exceeded over there, and then they call to the police. But the intermethods are supposed to work and are working this time in the Kuruvi region, and there are like how to activate the neighbors to work before the tolerance level is exceeded. We have open events in the neighborhood once in a month. We try to gather the people and meet each other, and part of them are people who are using drugs, and part of them are people who are just living and opening maybe a small apartment and bring them together. We have contacting and responding telephone, WhatsApp number, and email address to give feedback when people feel that this is somehow unsafe, or how we could solve this problem. And coordination of street work, which also includes like community policing. So all the professionals are contacted to give information to each other what's happening in that special region. Communication it's important, like to bring down the stigmatized situation and narratives. So that's working in many different topics, trying to bring out the different kind of views in situation, that people would understand each other more better. From this slide, I would say this stigma hinders people from seeking help and residents from giving. That's like the most important part here. That if we would think that people with the addiction, that they have some sort of other disease, for example diabetes or some sort of heart attack. So shouldn't I believe that residents and people would more easily try to help people with that kind of circumstances. So we are bringing the idea that people are some sort of sick addiction this time, but the resolution is to give social and healthcare instead of police measures. I will move fast on. The project underlines that people with substance use disorders should be addressed with the public health care instead of criminal justice issues. And here are the contact details about the neighborhood work and some additional information at our National Institute for Health and Welfare web pages. I can put them later on, but this one is an important part, that if we as police officers look all these different groups only as the criminals, then we limit our possibilities to prevent and reduce harms between those stages of problems occurring people who are using drugs. There are thousands and thousands of people who are using drugs without problems. I've understood it's about 5 to 10% who are facing serious problems of drug use. And I don't believe as a police officer that we could never end people from using drugs. So instead of holding on the idea that we could stop people from using different kind of drugs or medicines or substances, we should concentrate more how to prevent high-risk drug use or how to take care of people with a substance use disorder. Of course, in this drug use phenomenon, there are a certain amount of people that are using violence and doing criminal things other than just using drugs. So the police measurements are needed, but at this point we are, with stigma, we are blocking the methods for prevention and how to reduce too much. Okay, that was a brief presentation about my opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Heikki. We have time for questions a bit later. Okay. And our next speaker is a member of parliament for the Liberal Right-Wing Coalition Party and a municipal and regional councillor and a civil and a regional prosecutor, Pihla Keto-Huovinen. Welcome.
Kiitos ja arvoisat tapahtuman vieraat, asiantuntijat. It comes a little bit late that this event is in English. So my speech is in Finnish now. I hope some of you understand what I'm saying here, because I didn't have time to write my speech again. This morning I have already been in one school talking about drugs for young people and with police officers and police orchestra also. And this is very important work what police is doing, because they try to prevent our young people using drugs. And which is our main problem, is that very many young people in Finland dies using drugs. And actually, one of my closest friend earlier died because he used drugs, and it was too early that we lost him. But now I'm continue in Finnish. Suomi todellakin pitää kärkisijaa alle 25-vuotiaiden huumekuolemissa Euroopassa, ja Suomessa huumeisiin kuollaan nuorena ja keskimäärin 10 vuotta nuorempana kuin muualla Euroopassa. Ja Suomi on monen tilaston kärjessä, mutta tämä on yksi niistä tilastoista, jonka kärjessä meidän ei todellakaan tulisi olla ja jonka kärjessä me haluaisimme olla. Ja on sanomattakin selvää, että silloin meidän päihdepolitiikka vaatii uudistuksia. Korona-aika ja Euroopassa käytävä sota tällä hetkellä niin ei suinkaan ole helpottanut tätä tilannetta johtuen ihan siitä, että meidän nuoret voi pahoin. Mun oma poikani soitti, joka on 11, niin Venäjän hyökättyä Ukrainaan, soitti mulle seuraavana päivänä eduskuntaan, että äiti liittyyhän Suomi NATOon 3 kertaa. Ja hän oli todella huolissaan tästä tilanteesta. Ja tämä sota ja korona ei suinkaan ole vähentäneet meidän nuorten mielenterveysongelmia. Ja tämä puolestaan on myöskin johtanut siihen, että osa meidän nuorista hoitaa mielenterveysongelmia päihteillä. Tämän kauden yksi vaikuttavimmista puheenvuoroista itselläni oli erään nuoren kanssa, joka totesi, että Suomessa saa päihteitä helpommin kuin apua mielenterveysongelmiin. Ja tämä oli semmoinen, mikä mun mielestä oikeasti tuntui ihan selkäytimessä saakka. Ja oli viesti, joka osoitti sen, että meillä pitää tehdä toimia tämän asian eteen. Meidän yhteiskunnassa kokeillaan ja käytetään kannabista yhä enemmän. Viime vuosien jätevesitutkimusten perusteella myöskin kokainin käyttämiä yhteiskunnassa on jatkanut kasvua erityisesti täällä pääkaupunkiseudulla. Ja samanaikaisesti myöskin tämä toimintaympäristö on muuttunut ihan hurjasti. Eli pikaviestisovelluksilla ja some ylipäänsä niin mahdollistaa meidän nuorille huumeiden ostamisen yhdellä klikkauksella. Ja tämä on tuonut niin kuin nämä huumeet paljon lähemmäs ja paljon lähemmäs jokaista meidän lasta ja nuorta. Ja huumeiden sosiaalisia ja terveydellisiä haittoja vähentämällä me pienennetään myöskin sitä inhimillisen kärsimyksen määrää, mitä aiheutuu näistä huumausaineista paitsi käyttäjille itselleen, myös heidän läheisilleen. Ja tästä syystä mä oon pitänyt hyvin tärkeänä sen, että työskentelen Irti huumeista ryn toiminnassa mukana, jotta voidaan myöskin tarjota läheisille sitä tukea siinä tilanteessa. Mä oon nähnyt todella monta vanhempaa, jotka on pyrkinyt hakemaan apua sille omalle lapselleen saamatta sitä. Ja tietenkin siinä vaiheessa vielä meidän yhteiskunnassa, kun henkilö täyttää 18, eli se tulee täysikäiseksi, niin keinot muuttuu vielä vähemmiksi, mitä vanhemmilla on. Ja mä itse näen, että huumeiden käyttöön puuttumalla, ennaltaehkäisemällä, niin me ei vähennetä vaan sitä inhimillisen kärsimyksen määrää, mutta me vähennetään myöskin meidän yhteiskunnassa kustannuksia. Muun muassa sillä, että me tarjotaan terveysneuvontapalveluita, tarjotaan C-hepatiitin hoitoon lääkitystä, ja ne lääkitys tulisi olla saatavissa myöskin matalan kynnyksen pisteistä, eikä niin, että se vaatii menoa sinne erikoissairaanhoitoon ja sovitulle käynnille siinä tilanteessa, jossa ihmisellä on muutenkin elämänhallinta hakusessa. Ja tämä on niitä asioita, mitä meidän pitäisi saada muutettua, ja tämän osalta mä oon tehnyt myöskin aloitteen tuolla eduskunnassa tämän C-hepatiitin hoidosta. Mutta pelkästään sillä, että me vaikutetaan huumeiden käyttöön, niin me vaikutetaan myös meidän rikosten määrään tässä yhteiskunnassa. Mä oon siviiliammatiltani syyttäjä, ja pääosan syyttäjän urastani mä oon tehnyt nimenomaan järjestäytyneen rikollisuuden ja huumausainerikollisuuden parissa. Ja viimeisin juttunikin koski todellakin meidän jopa Helsingin huumepoliisin päällikköä ja hänen törkeitä huumausainerikoksia, mistä hän oli mukana. Ja tämä oli mulle myös osoitus jutusta, mikä oli sinänsä todella surullinen. että näin on päässyt käymään, mutta se osoitti myös sen mulle itselleni, että meidän järjestelmä toimii. Eli me pystytään myöskin tässä tutkimaan, vaikka siellä olisi viranomaisia mukana tässä huumekuviossa, niin me pystymme meidän järjestelmä tutkimaan ja myös viemään sen jutun päätökseen. Mutta kaiken kaikkiaan mun mielestä mikä on tärkeintä, niin on se ennaltaehkäisevä työ, mitä me voidaan tehdä tässä yhteiskunnassa. Ja siihen mä toivoisin paljon enemmän meillä, että meillä olisi poliisillakin mahdollisuuksia. Eli se on se keino mun mielestä vaikuttaa huumausaineiden käyttäjien määrään ja myöskin siihen inhimilliseen kärsimykseen, mitä se käyttö aiheuttaa. Se varhainen puuttuminen ehkäisee syrjäytymistä ja huono-osaisuutta meidän yhteiskunnassa. Ja kun nuorelle pääsee kehittymään se huumeongelma, niin nimenomaan järjestöjen, viranomaisten yhteistyöllä me voidaan pureutua niihin ongelmien juurisyihin ja katkaista tämä kierre pitkällä aikavälillä myöskin. Ja mä näen, että se työ voi pelastaa aika monen nuoren myöskin siitä huumekuolemalta. Ja mä sanoisin niin, että tärkeintä, mitä me voidaan tehdä, niin on päihdepolitiikkaa uudistettaessa, niin taata myös palveluiden saatavuus ja kattavuus ihan koko maassa. Ja tämän takia mun mielestä olisi tärkeää, että me toteutetaan päihdehoitotakuu, jolla jokainen, joka haluaa hoitoon, pääsisi viipymättä hoidon tarpeen arviointiin ja siitä edelleen jatkohoitoon. Ja toisena kysymyksenä siinä on nimenomaan se myöskin, että mielenterveyspalveluita ei tule erottaa päihdehoidosta. Ne kulkee käsi kädessä. Ja oikeastaan mä luulen, että tämä on ne tärkeimmät asiat, mutta totean ehkä vielä tähän sen, että me tarvitaan myöskin kansallinen huumausainestrategia. Ja tulevan eduskunnan tuleekin ajaa merkittäviä toimia nimenomaan huumekuolemien vähentämiseksi Suomessa. Kun ihminen kuolee meidän yhteiskunnassa huumeisiin, on kyse aina meidän päihdepolitiikan epäonnistumisesta, koska kysymys on aina jonkun läheisestä lapsesta, ystävästä.
Thank you so much, Pihla. Yeah, we can take a few questions before the panel.
That microphone, please.
Thank you for it. First of all, my name is Coel Thomas from the Helsinki Greens. I know you weren't here for the entire part. We've been talking all day about how our current drug policy has failed, which is what you talked about in your speech, and how it has failed very much like the prohibition of alcohol failed in Finland. During the prohibition of alcohol, people started dying more. Cops were being shot in the streets of Helsinki. Organized crime flourished, and we see that happening now with illegal drugs. It's the same failure. Your party supports deregulation of alcohol right now, and definitely no one supports the prohibition of alcohol. You talk a lot about the problems that our current policy causes, but your party, and you as well, you support the strong prohibition of cannabis and other drugs. We've heard a lot of speeches today from police officers from the United Kingdom who clearly say that your policy is what is causing these problems. People are dying of drugs because of your politics. Organized crime is flourishing because of your politics. What do you say to that?
I'm very sorry that I didn't hear earlier speakers. I really would like to watch them later. But what I'm thinking that if we legalize, for example, cannabis, then it comes more users. And
That's
then,
happening now.
Yeah, and then it's also comes more. Word. Mitä enemmän tulee käyttäjiä, sen enemmän tulee myöskin haittoja yhteiskunnalle. Ja tämä on näkynyt esimerkiksi Coloradossa ja Portugalissa. Ja nämä on esimerkkejä, mitä nostetaan esille jatkuvasti tässä keskustelussa. Mutta sieltä on myöskin poimittu niitä ehkä rusinoita välillä pullasta, sanotaanko näin. Eli Portugalihan oli pitkään jo panostanut hoidon ennen kuin he lähti laillistamaan.
Ne ei ole laillistanut,
tai dekriminalisoimaan kannabista, niin siellä oli panostettu hoitoon niin kuin huomattavasti paljon enemmän kuin mitä Suomessa. Ja meillä ei tällä hetkelläkään ihmiset täällä pääse viipymättä hoitoon. Eli esimerkiksi poliisit, jos he tarjoaa tai joku haluaa poliisille sanoa, että haluaa hoitoon, niin poliisi ei pysty heille ohjaamaan mitään paikkaa, mihin he veisi suoraan esimerkiksi. Ja tämä on iso ongelma silloin. Eli jos poliisi antaa hoitoonohjauksesta esitteen, niin tässä tilanteessa se tilaisuus meni jo ohi, kun sieltä poliisiaseman ovesta kävellään ulos. Eli pitäisi olla myöskin suoraan se paikka, mihin viedä hoitoon. Mutta me puhutaan myös Coloradosta, niin siellä on selkeästi tutkimusten perusteella, siellä on liikenneturvallisuus heikentynyt, siellä on oppimistulokset niiden nuorten osalta, jotka käyttää kannabista, niin laskeneet.
Kannattaisi alkoholikieltolakia samoista syistä?
Ja
kannattaa, kerro.
Tästä kuuli paneelikeskustelu.
Mä sanon, sen lisäksi siellä on mielenterveysongelmat kasvaneet, nuorten sekä aikuisten myöskin käyttö lisääntynyt. Ja tämä on niinku semmoinen asia, ja siellä ei myöskään ole järjestäytyneen rikollisuuden käsistä mihinkään tämä huumebisnes poistunut.
Niin kieltolain takia.
Catch a box.
I can take catch a box. Thank you. Hi, my name is Venla from Impact Business Studios. I will do my question in Finnish, if that's okay for you guys. Sä mainitsit päihdehoidon takuun, mikä oli tosi mielenkiintoinen kuulla. Niin miten siinä on huomioitu se, että okei, päihdehoito se alkuvaihe, mutta entäs sitten sen hoidon jälkeen ne päästään sinne työllistymisvaiheeseen, ne nivelvaiheet siitä, mitä tarvitaan, että henkilö pääsee takaisin siihen perusarkeen ja työelämään, niin kuinka pitkälle tämä päihdehoidon takuu on mietitty? Että onko se vaan se alkusteppi vai myös sitten ne 2/3 steppejä?
No, tämä on tosiasiassa vasta aloite, jos on esitetty sitä, että pääsisi lähtökohtaisesti viipymättä siihen hoidon tarpeen arviointiin ja siihen hoitoputkeen käytännössä. Eli jatkostepithän sieltä puuttuu. Ja tähän meillä on iso ongelma ylipäänsäkin, jos me mietitään, että meidän esimerkiksi vangeilla aika lähtökohtaisesti suurella osalla on päihdeongelma. Ja meidän kuitenkaan vankiloissa päihdekuntoutusta ei ole siinä määrin, kun sitä siellä tarvittaisiin. Mä vierailin naisvankilassa tuossa joku aika sitten ja siellä on 12 osastoa Hämeenlinnassa ja aika moni siellä sanoi, että heidän suurin toiveensa on päihteiden elämä. Ja siellä on kuitenkin ainoastaan yksi osasto, jolla päihdekuntoutusta on. Eli se on siihen määrään nähden aivan liian vähän. Toinen asia on se, että tavallaan miten me tuetaan vankityössä sitä elämään palaamista tavallaan siihen yhteiskuntaan. Niin siinä meillä on oikeasti paljon tekemistä, koska tällä hetkellä niin se sellien ulkopuolinen aika, mikä pitäisi olla 35 tuntia viikossa, ei suinkaan täyty. Ja jokainen näistä ihmisistä siellä vankilassa on jossain vaiheessa joku naapuri. Ja sen takia meidän pitäisi tukea sitä kuntoutumista niin, että nämä vangit kouluttautuisi siellä, heillä olisi ammatti, heillä olisi asunto, kun he vapautuu. Koska muussa tapauksessa se johtaa siihen, mikä meillä on tällä hetkellä iso ongelma, se, että 60% on uusijoita. Ja tämä näkyy selkeästi mun mielestä esimerkiksi Norjassa Västöin vankisaari oli myös hyvä esimerkki siitä, että siellä tehtiin nimenomaan tätä työtä, että nämä ihmiset pääsee takaisin yhteiskuntaan ja yhteiskunnan osaksi. Niin siellä uusimisprosentti on 18. Niin tämä on sekä inhimillisesti että taloudellisesti tosi kannattavaa.
Throw the box.
So you talked about that you want to increase social services and healthcare for people with drug addiction problems and so on, but you don't support decriminalization or regulation. And it's kind of paradox that you have to be criminal first to get help, and you cannot be at the same time having a medical problem and having a legal problem. So basically our ambulance drivers already ignore the reasons that people are using drugs. They just help big people. They don't actually follow the regulations so that they would actually report these things as drug use and so on. So it kind of feels these things cannot coexist, that you are at the same time you have to be first criminal and then get help, because you won't report yourself there and you have to be forced to help, and at the current Finnish law you cannot force people to get help.
Tosiasiassa eihän meidän terveydenhuollon henkilöstön tarvitse myöskään ilmoittaa siitä, että joku käyttäisi aineita, mikä onkin ihan ok, mutta mä näen itse sen niin, että meidän järjestelmä, missä on viimeisenä keinona se rikosoikeus, niin se on ihan toimiva. Mä näen sen, että käyttäjiähän meillä ei tarvitse niin kuin rangaista, ja siihenhän meidän poliisi ei edes tällä hetkellä käytännössä mene, vaan lähtökohta on siellä huomautuksia. Ja ylipäänsä, jos meillä on nuoria, niin se on ensimmäinen kerta on puhuttelu, jonka poliisi suorittaa, ja sen jälkeen syyttäjä suorittaa sen puhuttelun. Missä on sitten poliisi, sosiaalitoimi ja lapsen vanhemmat tai huoltajat mukana. Ja mä näen sen siinä mielessä tärkeänä tämän puhuttelun roolin myöskin, että se voi olla se ensimmäinen kohta, missä siihen lapsen tai nuoren elämään puututaan, ja se voi olla se pysäyttävä kokemus myöskin. Ja sen takia mä pidän hyvinkin tärkeänä sitä, että se on meillä olemassa. Mä oon itse puhutellut aikanani syyttäjänä aika montakin nuorta, ja kyllä niissä keskusteluissa aika monen nuoren kohdalla on voinut sanoa jo sen, että ketkä tulee palaamaan ja ketkä ei. Että kenelle se oli se pysäyttävä kokemus, että tästä tuli viranomaistoimia. Ja mä oon sitä mieltä, että myös silloin kun me puhutaan sitten taas huumausaineiden myynnistä, puhutaan järjestäytyneestä rikollisuudesta, niin silloin meidän rangaistusten pitää olla kovia.
Miksi?
Ja minkä takia meidän pitää olla kovia rangaistuksia?
Miksi? Onko se toiminut? Onko yksi maa, missä se on toiminut? Nime edes yksi maa, jossa on onnistunut tekemään mitään hyvää?
No, rangaistuksilla on tietysti pitää olla sekä ennaltaehkäisevä
nime yksi maa, missä kieltolaki on toiminut.
Hän puhuu siitä, että toi järjestäytynyt rikollisuus, niin hän puhuu siitä.
Niin, just yes, and where has the war on drugs been won? Name one country. Name one country where prohibition has worked.
No, mutta
can you not name one?
Okay, jätetään paneeli. Let's leave it to the panel.
Vastata teille suoraan tällaiseen kysymykseen.
Niin, koska ei ole mitään maita.
Mutta tosiasia on se, että meidän järjestelmällä on ennaltaehkäisevä vaikutus ja sitten sillä on erityisestävä vaikutus. Eli pyritään estämään huumausaineen rikoksia ennalta.
Pyritään.
Näillä rangaistuksilla, kyllä. Ja mä väitän, että kyllä meidän osa nuorista esimerkiksi ei tee sitä huumausaineen rikosta sen takia, että se on rangaistavaa.
Entä ne jotkut huomioon?
Okay, I think we're ready for the panel discussion because it's getting a bit heated here. Thank you, Pihla, for your talk and coming here. Very much appreciated.
This is good. It's very good that we have different opinions also, because it goes deeper that thoughts about this item, and I think it's very good that we can discuss about these things. We have different opinions about these things, and it's really nice that you told me also your opinion here.
Thank you so much, Pihla. And it's good to remember we have shared the same goals of saving lives and human well-being. So, then we can move on to the panel discussion. I would like to invite our speakers up front. And we have an addition for the panel. We have the speakers, and we also have Erja Morottaja, who is the head of communication and fundraising at Vailla Vakinaista Asuntoa ry, in English No Fixed Adopt NGO. And this No Fixed Adopt NGO is an advocacy organization founded by the homeless themselves in 1986, aiming to reduce homelessness and improve and provide services to the homeless people. And we also have the Heidän, who works as an expert by experience at No Fixed Adopt.
a very warm welcome to all of you. A question?
Hey, catch a buck.
Where is LEAP Scandinavia in 2 years from now?
It's a question for the panel.
And for the room. One of the initiatives coming year is talking about the LEAP idea, where it comes from, and to build sort of a crowd in different countries. And that's what we're trying to do in the UK, what we're trying to do in France and in other countries. And Paul mentioned Scandinavia, LEAP Scandinavia. I talked informally a little bit. I tried to get our police colleague to have a meeting tomorrow to create LEAP Finland, but perhaps that's a little bit too fast. But I'm interested in building sort of a movement, and not only LEAP, but also with other organizing committees here today. You're all, in one way or the other, working in the field of harm reduction, and you all have your heart in the right places, but we are talking about these subjects for 50 or 60 years. And so it's a political issue. How can you organize people? How can you build a sort of a common ground? Bringing in politics.
Yeah, I can say a couple of words about LEAP Scandinavia and where we are right now, and maybe also the way forward. But I think Finland, Scandinavia, that's Norway, primarily Norway now, and Sweden and Denmark. We have members, I think two or three members from Sweden, and a couple from Denmark. So the situation is that it's primarily a Norwegian organization right now. And the way forward has been, and the question about Finland, I don't think, I do actually think that Finland, if you want to join, you can do it, but we're discussing in Nordic countries, we are in Norwegian mainly. So it's always the question about language. And then maybe we should have a leap, a Nordic leap, also including Iceland. But that is up to the Finns and people on Iceland. So, but I can say at least about the Scandinavia. We started out 2017, I think it was, and actually very few of us. We were like 4 or 5 persons, and at that time there was only one person in Norwegian police that were outspoken in these matters. One person. Board. He should have been here. He's still working as a prosecutor, still working in prosecution inside the police, and he's a police officer. And he's been outspoken all the time. And he was actually the one who sort of broke through the wall, because there has been a wall. In the police, it has been impossible to have an open discussion about regulating drugs, because the NMPF has had total monopoly, and I think this is the same all around. So there's more or less total monopoly on what you should think about this. It's quite interesting for me that I've been working more than 20 years in the police system. I meet police officers all the time. I said, Paul, I support what you say. Of course you're right. I said, but join us then. I said, no, I can't do that. That will be the end of my career. I will be frozen out. I will get social reaction. This is the basic truth, even today. So like now we are 50, 60 in Norway, and some of course come from the prison service and some, but today in the situation we are slowly gathering some motion, but it takes time, and it takes a lot of courage, especially from the police officers. For me as a criminologist to be saying these things, it's no problem. I am an academic, I can say whatever I want, but a police officer, he will get hanged. So this is the truth, and you have to. So if you want to start in Finland, you have to have 1 or 2 sort of kamikaze police. I don't know if they're around, who actually wants to go out there and do a social suicide on behalf of the others.
But I don't think the situation is that great.
Let's get some other speakers.
Well, I'll just give an overview of how things are taking shape in Europe. I mean, as I explained earlier on, the movement of police calling for an evidence-based drug policy is growing rapidly across the world. We have a growing membership in the United States, Australia, obviously right across Europe, but we're also connected to the broader movement of police calling for reform, which includes all of the chiefs of police in Canada who called on their government to decriminalise drugs only 2 years ago. But in Europe, we're taking shape. We've got members in Spain, France, obviously lots in Germany, and I think we've got our first recruit in Finland, very experienced former undercover police officer, can join us in Leap Europe. But the reason that we're now going by the branding and the overarching name of Leap Europe is because you can join us from anywhere. You don't need your own chapter in Finland. You don't need a Leap Finland. You can just be a member of the growing organisation, which is Leap Europe, which is why, for the most part, we're using that as an umbrella sort of branding at the moment.
Aleksi earlier made me be quiet about critiquing Representative Keto-Huovinen that just left. It's really unfortunate that she left because I had a lot to tell her still. To our foreign guests who didn't understand what she was saying, she was talking about the importance of tackling drug problems by giving the police more money to increase drug problems. And she was talking about how it's nice that we have people giving their opinions and that we have discussions, but I tend to run into these kinds of issues that I cannot talk to these representatives. They do not want to talk to me. And usually they don't have people in their face asking them, name a country that has had a successful prohibition. No one ever questions them. And that's one thing that we definitely need to change. Getting back into this discussion about Leap Europe and so on, I actually wanted to give Heikki a question. First of all, thank you for your speech. It's great that we have police officers in Helsinki that can be bravely critical towards our current system. And I sit on the Helsinki Police Affairs Committee, Helsingin poliisin neuvottelukunta, and in our first meeting, the commander of the Helsinki Police, Aapio, we were talking about the preventative unit, so your unit, and he said that in the Helsinki Police, there's the Helsinki Police, then there's what he called the Taponen gang, or Taposen porukka, referring to Jari Taponen, Heikki's commanding officer. And basically he gave this idea, gave me this idea that you're kind of like the opposition within the police, and I feel like that gives you a somewhat of a privileged position, so you can talk more openly because your commanding officer is very at odds with the leadership of the Helsinki Police on many issues, and can be apparently. In your speech, you said that the higher up in the hierarchy you go, the more constrained you can be in the police within your opinions. While when I've spoken to some junior officers, as I told you in my speech, the more junior you are, the more down in the hierarchy you are, the more constrained your opinions are and what you can say. So it's interesting how we have a different perspective. You see that the higher up in the hierarchy, the more constrained you are. From what I've heard, it's the opposite. And maybe my question to you would be is, how can we advance discussion in this topic within the Helsinki Police? What can we do to increase the freedom of speech of police officers throughout the hierarchy, whether they're a higher up or a lower down, and facilitate open discussion about these obviously very important topics. And please take this microphone, this is much better than the box.
Thank you for your question, Thomas. First of all, the police institution in Finland, we have very strong trust from the public, and one of the reason is that we do have a separate role from the political decision making. So as we speak right here now, this is very close to the limits that how far the police can go with speaking as a role of a specialist or expert about certain political questions. And now, before very close to the elections, the space is very limited because we need to keep the role different, apart, not to go on too far of because of the democracy. I'm sorry, but I can't explain more clearly. So we need to act as a neutral way. And I also agree that if you are just a junior constable, it's to get into the team, you need to be adopt the way of the team is working. So it takes, I would say, a certain amount of years before you can trust yourself and give the idea what you got. And it depends on many different experiment of a person itself. But we have the it's a hard question. I go through the oncoming problems with the neighborhood work that comes up from the outreach workers, and then we problem by problem solve the things that if this should be taken care by a police measurement, or can we put aside that there's been a minor drug offense and concentrate on some other problems. So that we do on not daily basis but monthly. Okay, this kind of problem we solve with that solution, and it's every constable do it as its own responsibility with us with things, and that's about the decision of the constable needs to reflect of the ethics and codes of the police, where the human rights are supposed to be proactive work for the police. But it's a hard question. I don't know where to move on and build up on to more discussion.
You can think about it.
I would have a few questions here for all of the panelists, if you may.
Also, things like, are you preventing people from treatments and services? Are you are you doing everything you can in order to, for instance, prevent drug deaths, for instance, by safe consumption rooms and such things? So I think when it comes to discussion about drug effects, we should also look at these more effects that come from drug policing as well.
I'm happy to have that kind of measurement for my work. Right now, the only number which I can somehow rely on to have my work as knowledge-based, knowledge-led policing, it's about the number of how many drug-related deaths is in Finland, and that tells that something needs to be changed. But I cannot get any further than that. So we have to have more of a investigative or research information.
I represent the NGO working with the homeless people, and from our point of view, it is like how people will get treatment, and that is how this, and then we think about also like how society should work, and that is always the measurement of everything we do. And our behalf is that people will be treated as humans no matter what, and that is the way we should also measure everything. As long as we have people who are in a weaker position in societies, and if they are left out from the policy, no matter what it is, like if it's the substance abuse or whatever, it is always like we have to kind of like measure things with the human approach. And people, no matter what their background is, are they people from the streets, like who are homeless on the streets, or are they so-called white-collar people? So the people would get the treatment, and also how society treats them when there is like the criminal aspect of that. And that is our approach to things in general. We are, with the homelessness, we are kind of like model country in the world and model country in Europe. We have the housing first system, so we should have also in drug or abuse, substance abuse things also like treatment first in many ways. That we start to think about first the well-being of human, and then start to resolve the other problems also. I really don't have to say anything about it. Said what did she say already?
We don't have more answers. We can get more.
My heart was beating so fast I couldn't hear my.
We can get more questions if we don't have any more answers. I have nothing to add.
Following on from the lady who spoke earlier, actually, I'm feeling a bit kind of that I need to address what the bits that I picked up from what she said. Now, a good metric for me would be we've had 100 years of prohibition, and yet you've still got somebody stood here speaking very eloquently, trying to defend and trying to sort of say we'll put more money into that and expecting a different result. And for me, that's an insult to me, and for my dear daughter, that's not going to protect more children. So we need to eliminate prohibition and be more progressive and more brave. The results will never change if we just stick to what already exists.
There's not much I can add to that, except I also wanted to pick up on a point that our Honourable Member of Parliament said, again, what I picked up on that was translated to me. A big point has been made today, not just by her, but by someone else as well, that Finland has a particular problem in drug deaths, in that Finland has the highest under 25 deaths in Europe. And again, the Member of Parliament said, she's left now, but she said that Finland shouldn't be in that position, and I completely agree. But in making the case and observing that Finland has that particular statistic, should we not therefore look at the European countries that have the lowest under 25 drug deaths? And I believe, I've just been trying to check, but I believe that is actually Portugal. Portugal has the second lowest drug deaths in Europe after Romania. I believe it has the lowest under 25 deaths. So if anyone fancies tweeting that back to her in Finnish, that is a very, very important response to the point that she made, Evan.
Can I respond directly?
Okay, so I think that the whole thing that went on here was embarrassing. It was an embarrassment. It's that our members of Parliament should not behave in this way. They do not listen to the discussion that happens before them. They come give their own speech. They don't answer questions that are given to them, and then they leave before they can answer for what they've said. I will definitely tweet at her, and a lot of people follow me on Twitter around drug policy discussions, so no, definitely people will hear about what happened here today. I'm a deputy city councillor, and a couple weeks ago the Helsinki City Council actually passed an initiative that I made which was about I'll keep it short, which was about advancing ways to prevent overdose deaths in Helsinki. One of those included that we would have these overdose prevention centers where people can actually use drugs. This is currently being blocked by the government, but maybe not the next one. And it also included that we would have drug testing centers. And this is one way of preventing deaths, for example, from MDMA. And her party, the National Coalition Party, was strongly against drug testing. They would, and when we had the discussion in City Council, we had speeches where it was said that we cannot make drugs safer to use, because then that would encourage drug use. There's this idea on this side of the political spectrum that if it is very dangerous to use drugs and people die because of it, then less people use drugs. And to me, that is a very inhumane way to deal with this.
Nils Christie said a lot of smart things. One thing he said that the most dangerous use of drugs is the political one.
That's very good.
Yeah, that's a good one. And I think when we're discussing this problem, I think that if you look to medicine, they talk about iatrogenic diseases. That is problems created by the cure. When the cure kills the patient, you should stop that cure. You shouldn't be keeping on doing it. And I think that is the bottom line. What are we going to look after? So, of course, the thing you should look after is a system that creates less pain, less harm. It's as simple as that. The less pain, less harm you create by a system, and then you have to take all the figures into consideration. And if people use some drugs but get happy from it, what's the problem? It's a total bullshit, the whole system. I mean, so we have to be pragmatic. Be pragmatic. I think that we try to create a system that creates less pain. That's the whole thing.
The next question for the panelists. What kind of changes to drug policy should be made first?
Where do you want to start?
Who wants to start?
What was the question?
What kind of changes to drug policy should be made first?
Someone who hasn't said anything yet can start.
I am pragmatic. So I actually think what we were on the way to doing in Norway was the first step, decriminalization. But of course, I mean, we can't stop there. But we have somewhere we have to start, and we have to show people that this is not dangerous. It's not going to hell. So we have to start somewhere.
Well, after you.
I guess you've already agreed with this, but had Martha been able to test what she was about to take, she wouldn't have taken enough of 5 to 10 people, and it would have saved her life. She would have been able to make an informed decision. Now, everything I've said today, I must be clear about this, because Martha was only 15 years old, so I'm advocating all this sort of regulatory sort of discussion for adults. But had something that had been regulated got into Martha's hands as a younger person, she would have still been safer than the outcome that we got.
I'm not going to advocate to legalize drugs for children, but right now if a 15-year-old drinks alcohol, they will not lose their sight. But that's something that could have happened during Prohibition. If a 15-year-old were to use regulated MDMA, they couldn't die of it. So that's a big difference where, yes, we should only have legally regulated drugs for adults, yes, but that also protects children. This isn't the thing that I would do first. The first thing I would do is legalize cannabis, decriminalize all drugs, and conduct a very intense scientific examination of our entire drug policy and what we should do about it. That's what I would do next governmental term.
I have said this is my own thought about this, but I think we have to decriminalize substance uses, because it's only way to help people. They get stigmatic. I was 11 when I was starting to use substances. I was using amphetamine first, and then I tried to do everything else. So I think so. When I was young, then this time police doesn't give up anything about our future. Nowadays it's a different, because what I heard, what you said before, it's not normal when I was young. So we have to stop getting these tickets for these young people, because 15 years who use some substances, he or she got some kind of ticket about that. Probably the future is gone in that moment. It's the problem, our people right now, these young people who die, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. These young people who are using substances and dying for it, these homeless, young, under 25 years people, they scare about tell the police. This situation where they somebody doing some bad things for them, they scared to tell to you because they have this ticket. Already they feeling the stigma. So when they call to you, somebody beating them or something like that, police check those pockets, and already they are criminal. This is a problem, and this is my opinion, not in NGO.
Yeah, like it's from our point of view, what we see that especially young people or women who are always like underdogs in the street world. So it kind of stops them to ask help because like it's the criminal aspect there. Like if you are part of something, then you are afraid to call for help, and that is like with like, even like if you die for the substance uses, and that it kind of stops you to call help. And that is also what you said, like there should be possibility to test what you are using. That is very, very fundamental thing. We are talking about in Finland these rooms or places where you could use drugs safely. And we are talking about that there should be a safe place and underline the word safe place. And those places should be provided by communities or cities or some other public. It's not like on the private sector or anything, but run by the cities or governments or municipalities or whatever. But that is like the safe place that you would be able to test what you are using. There should be always some kind of health and social worker or help there, and that is very, very fundamental there too. And then also like they would never ever be big units, smaller units all around the cities, and kind of I think like save lives and then also lower the how to get help. So that is like what we see on the street level and what Dee was also with her own experiences, that it's very important that people would be able to trust on the authorities, the police force, the social and health services without being or having a stigma and without getting a punishment for that. So that is our opinion.
I agree, both of you. About, I think the first thing should be this overdose prevention facility, like have those to see what happens and what's the effect. That would be the first thing, and then we are very aware of the stigmatized situation and strong counter effect of minor drug offense itself. So we know the problematic and the consequences of that. It is a big problem.
I'd like to just add that I think one of the first things is not a very like a thing to do, but like more of a way of thinking that drugs in themselves are not bad or good. They're molecules or plants or fungi, and like they don't really care what we think about them, but they do have different effects, of course. Some of them harmful, some of them beneficial, some of them neutral. And when we kind of start thinking about these things as they are, which is basically molecules, then we can start thinking about pragmatic ways of reducing harm and increasing their benefits.
And the next question, whose expertise should be relied upon when formulating drug laws? Who do you think? Do you want to start from that side this time?
It's hard to name just a group of people that should be the experts. I mean, in some ways, people who use drugs are definitely experts. They know about the effects and they know how to do them correctly most of the time. But is that enough for lawmakers to consider? I don't know. I mean, what do political parties say? That we follow the evidence. We are a science-based political party. And like, well, then, you know, put your money where your mouth is and follow the evidence.
Just behalf of the police perspective, I think that things that end up being investigated or end up in the police statistics, it's very narrow part of the society. So that should be like taken account when things asked from police.
We always talk about the collaboration across the lines, and doing things with studies is very important. Doing things with police force and authorities is very important. And we are an NGO organization that was started by homeless people themselves, and very strongly in our work is to listen experts by expertise. So that is also my answer to that listen to experts by expertise, also like alongside with the authorities and with the studies and everything. So that is very important to listen to people who has experience themselves.
I think there's one group of people that aren't mentioned enough. That's the whole harm reduction research community. I think we are not capable, at least in the Netherlands, to get this harm reduction perspective, insights, on the ground stories of how things can go wrong in all sorts of situations. To get this harm reduction narrative towards politicians, towards the police. So there's a lot of research going into criminology, but let's skip it in half and with the other half of the money put it into harm reduction to educate politicians, to educate the general public, because we are not able as a group of different people, politicians, criminologists, police, we are not able to get this message across. And the only way to get more people interested and enthusiastic and insightful is to tell the harm reduction story all the time, in every sort of way. And also perhaps, that's something I came up with here in Scandinavia, I watch a lot of Netflix series, and sometimes I think the whole of Scandinavia is filled with killers and so that's also part of the problem, not only here in Scandinavia, but we have this repressive wet dream that a lot of politicians still have, and the only way to educate them a little bit is to get this harm reduction story across the board, and we are not able to do that. We keep sticking into the trenches. You're wrong, and this isn't good, and it has no effect, and stuff like that. So we have to be a little bit more intelligent.
I got a very interdisciplinary education, which means a lot of different sciences combined, and that's the approach that I take to this issue as well. We need a wide range of expertise in every political topic, but especially this one because it's a very wicked problem. But we have to understand that experts are usually experts mostly in their own field. Like we have police officers and former police officers here which are experts on policing. When we listen to doctors and other healthcare professionals, they're definitely experts in the effects that drugs have on the human body. But the police and doctors are not necessarily experts on what our drug policy should be like. In this sense, we should listen more to sociologists who study the effects that the legal system has on people and the way people interact with each other. The only way moving forward is a science-based approach, and we have to respect all the sciences. Thank you.
I don't know how we can do this, but I would really like to have young people represent themselves in this discussion, to hear their voices, to hear what's going on in their lives, and possibly that would need to be anonymously, but I think that future policies should have their voice and their information in the mix of it as well, in order that they can represent themselves, and future generations will benefit from that as well.
Yeah, I like all of those answers. They're all brilliant, but I want to just emphasise something that Aleksi said, that actually people who use drugs should be at the centre of this, which of course is incredibly difficult because they're criminalised and they can't speak out. But for every aspect of drug consumption, whether it's adult use consumption in the electronic music world, for example, we should be asking people who take MDMA on the dance floor or at a festival or wherever it is, what do you think you should be? How could you be best looked after? And we should be informed by people who use drugs. Of course, we need to break down the criminal barriers in order to do that, but they have to be up front and centre in this discussion. But I still agree with all of the comments.
I agree with you, Neil. The thing that really made a change in Norway was that users started to organize, and users started to make pressure groups, like Normal, like Human, like Forening, and so on. And these groups, and with certain persons, have, after a while, got very, very much respect. And they have changed the way we view the drug issue on. Because I can say that some of the main problems is not the research, but the questions that we ask, the perspectives we have. Because if you look upon, it's like if you can use a hammer, everything you see is a nail. That's an old saying, and it's been the same in the drug debate. We have actually asked the wrong questions for years and years, and we have the wrong perspectives. The strange thing is, of course, that we ended up in this sort of strange world. You know, it's sort of Alice in Wonderland world, where things are turned upside down. The question of drugs is not strange. It's not a strange thing at all. It's like you said that the pharmaceuticals, that's the strange things. It's the same thing. The question, of course, you should ask are quite different. Why do we treat these things in this way and so on? And then I think you will get some nasty answers. So start listening to the users, start listening to the people who actually have experiences with this, try to get new ways of thinking. And then of course there are a lot of good research around, but there's also a lot of bullshit research around. They actually ask the wrong questions, and then of course you get bullshit research. It's a lot of it around in this field.
Okay. So this next question, it wasn't in the. We have time for audience questions as well.
It's not a question. This was an add-on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the original question was who should be talking about the regulation in the table and design that. I totally agree all of the previous ones, but one aspect that I would like to throw into the bin is that when we start regulating, we need to remember that we are also thinking who will sell the product. So we need to take also the business and economic side to the table to think about. So we have all the aspects. So that was one thing that was in my mind. Thank you.
You need politicians for that one.
I actually am.
Your answers to the last question were very good. I would like to hear more. Do you really think that it matters who are the experts who are preparing what we are now talking about? Because as it's set up in the parliament, the decisions still are based on feelings by the politicians. So I mean, does it really matter who is doing the backward work? I would like to see your view.
I have a good answer.
So yeah, like I said in my speech earlier, politicians are cowards, and they will do what is popular, not what is right. One way around this is what Ireland is actually doing right now. They're starting a citizens' assembly on drugs. They've done this before when it comes to access to safe abortions and marriage equality. Basically, the idea is that you get around something like 200 people, just random, normal people that are representative of the population. And then you get these people that are not politicians, just normal citizens, talking about issues, usually very divisive issues. And for example, in the access to safe abortion debate, Ireland is a very Catholic country, and then when you take the most adamant Catholics with the most adamant feminists and everyone in between, and you get these people talking to each other. They find out what their common goals are, and then with the help of experts, they find ways to achieve those goals. And we know that access to safe abortion is the way to reduce harms. And this is what they're doing in Ireland now with drugs as well. They started a citizens' assembly that will discuss drug policy. And this is to get around the cowardice of politicians, to give politicians a backing from citizens, a science-based backing. And this would be one way to get through this deadlock, because you are right. We did have experts testifying to Parliament that we shouldn't just decriminalize cannabis. We should decriminalize all drugs. And then those politicians went into the big room that they have, and a very large majority voted against those expert opinions. So yeah, citizen assemblies would be one way to get around this.
A very brief reminder that Portugal got decriminalisation because the politicians said, you're the group of experts, we've assembled you because you are experts, we will abide by any decision that you make. And that was agreed up front. That's quite a good way to go as well.
That's pretty good as well.
Yes, in Finland, sorry, the name of our authority, Tutkimuskeskus, is today making investigation about people under 25 years old who are dying because of drugs. And I believe there's some sort of solution that other authorities can rely on some neutral investigation. So maybe it takes the discussion a bit further.
Do we have time for one question? So what came to my mind, I'm sorry this wasn't on the list, so it's out of the list question, out of the box question, but really related about, we've been talking about this legal or regulated market now today a lot. And on the opposition there's an idea that we need punishment, because without punishment people will use drugs, and punishment prevents problems. And so what would you say to these people who are afraid that legal regulated markets would bring a lot more drug use and a lot more problems to society?
I'll start passing the mic. from here. I guess one answer would be like look at what the statistics say now. Like under prohibition, the prevalence is still going up. So it's not very good at preventing that. And then you can make arguments how if you have a safe supply, then there's less harm and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I do understand that there's a lot of fears around this issue, especially if you're not very well informed and all that kind of stuff. So it's good to, I think, build bridges between these people that have fears instead of just saying that no, you're wrong and look at what the other countries are doing in statistics. Because I mean, it's not necessarily a debate based on just knowledge, of course.
If I remember the question, but about the police officers, our job is to maintain safety, and it's something that it's about ethics, that if I'm doing it proactively, or do I put the responsibility to pass it on, that okay, somebody tell me what to do. Like the police forces usually quite reactive. We need some push from somewhere to start doing our job. There's like a armed services is working on that, but every officer to think what is my resource, what is my effort to keep the city safe, and when we look the statistic that the deaths are rising, so there's each police officer should think about that.
I pretty much agree with what you were saying, that that is kind of fundamental idea behind that.
Question, please.
What do you say to the people who are afraid that if we have regulated legal markets for drugs, that the drug use will go up and the problems will go up?
I really think so. I probably said it's like when we open those, stop making these substance users criminals, when we stop it, probably people who doesn't give a shit about this situation try to something. I think so they try to something because they have this possibility testing something. So then those numbers going a little bit up, but when it's a longer time, it's going to stabilization. I think so. So that is not a relevant question, I think so. So it not happen so bad things, and we have this law system. We can do it back those laws. That is a really big mistake. But what you looking around the world, what they already did, it doesn't look it's so massive
strategia. Niin kuin, että se ei ole niin hirveä turmio. Mitä se sanoo?
Yeah, it's not a failure. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big failure. Yeah, thank you.
Again, show and tell. There are so many people in Western societies who on a regular basis use all sorts of drugs and have no problem with either be cannabis. We have all these party scenes in all our countries where ecstasy is taken. I have an old army buddy who lives somewhere in a sort of a working class agricultural area. I was at a party a couple of months ago, and I started talking with young people who do a hell of a job, work 6 days a week, make a lot of money, and I asked them, what about cocaine? We all use it. So this fantasy that it's somewhere outside social relations, somewhere outside our normal economic sphere. I mentioned my daughter earlier in my talk. She had a girlfriend who knew a Moroccan dealer on a scooter who on a daily basis went to Amsterdam law firms sell them cocaine. So this moralistic bourgeois fantasy that somewhere outside normal life is drug taking, and it's horrible. And most people have no problem with it whatsoever. And the people that have problems with it, that's why we have a professional harm reduction program. And also the hypocrisy with regard to alcohol is incredible. The number of people I know socially who have a problem with alcohol use, or every now and then with alcohol use, and that we skip all this morality and all this devastating effects on bodies and minds of many people whom we work with, whom we socialize with, whom we find interesting because they have taken half a bottle of vodka. Ah, funny guy. Yeah, nice. The hypocrisy is enormous.
And I think that I'm in the risk of substance abuse the most. I'm a middle-aged woman, and for me, like having a glass of wine or champagne every day, 2, 3, 5 glasses, and nobody gives a shit of my behavior. But the people who are on the streets without home, who has like lots of other socio-economical problems, yeah, they are the bad guys. They are using the drugs, and I'm the actually like the normal thing, and it's acceptable for me to be an alcoholic, for example. As you said, like it's funny guy, oh, she's a little bit relaxing. Of mom.
This was a very good question you proposed, and I talk to people all the time, either on Twitter or in markets when I'm campaigning, who are very against, for example, the legalization of cannabis. That's the thing I talk about the most. It's I changed my party's platform in it, so I kind of have to talk about it. And there's a couple rhetorical ways I try to convince people, and have convinced very many people, very conservative people as well, that legalization and regulation is the only sustainable way forward. One thing is that we have to accept the fact that cannabis use is very prevalent. It's the most widely used illegal drug in the world. Over 70% of all drug confiscations in the EU relate to cannabis. There's over 400,000 Finns that use cannabis. 25% of Finns have used cannabis at least once in their life. In this situation, you have two choices. You can either have this market controlled by organized crime or controlled by the state. You have those two options, and you have to choose one. You can either have cannabis funds going to building criminal gangs, or you can have it going towards building a welfare state and to the wages of legal entrepreneurs. You have to choose one. You have to choose either one of them. The other rhetorical way to get people to understand the failure of our current policy is to talk to them about the prohibition of alcohol. Because we had the prohibition of alcohol in Finland, and everyone here knows how big of a failure that was. People started using stronger alcohol. The same thing happens with all drugs always, but with cannabis also, the cannabis that people use here is stronger. Its health effects can be more negative. And we even have synthetic cannabinoids that can even cause overdose deaths. And criminals get richer. We see that with cannabis as well. It's easy for kids to access, and when you compare the prohibition of cannabis with alcohol, it makes people's minds, it gets them working because they see it's the exact same thing. And I have to admit that I have not been brave enough talking about the regulation of other drugs, other than cannabis, that is, because, cannabis regulation, it's a very popular idea. You know, pretty much everyone in Helsinki, especially that I know, supports this issue. Now, the regulation of drugs like MDMA or cocaine, those are things that we should do.
the prohibition of cocaine has destroyed entire nations in Central and South America. And this is also, we should also be comparing this to the prohibition of alcohol. But yeah, these would be my two things, you know. Choose one of these two systems and compare them to alcohol prohibition. Thank you.
So what I would say to people that are concerned, how could things get any worse than they already are? I mean, look around the world, look to South America as well for our future. You gave me this stat, didn't you, Neil, about children, county lines in the UK, and 50,000 children currently dealing heroin?
Yeah.
Yeah? 50,000 children in the UK right now are dealing heroin. Now, under legal regulation, more people might use drugs, but there'll be less problematic drug use and there'll be less deaths. So I don't see a problem with more people using drugs under those conditions.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's a simple comparison. Look at how strict prohibition is in any country around the world. You see more harms. Where our country has more of a health approach, you have less harms. Very clear. The evidence is very clear. Prohibition kills. Legal regulation saves lives and prevents child exploitation.
Many very good answers. So I just had one small thing to add. If I talk with people who don't share my views, I usually tell them a story or two, and it have to be a good story, or they won't listen, because they all got a very short span of attention. Politicians and police chiefs have a very short span of attention. So I would tell them this thing, that the most dangerous, one of the absolutely most dangerous drugs we have in Norway, the use of that has been reduced dramatically since the 1980s. And that has been legal all the time, and it's called tobacco. And I said, if you had criminalized the use of tobacco, I can bet whatever that it hasn't come down at all, it would have risen, and it would have been stably high. So, I mean, people usually don't think about tobacco, but as we grew up, everyone smoked around me. I was a deviant one, I didn't smoke. Everyone smoked, and they smoked hell of a lot. Many of them have become sick after that. It's the one drug that if you use it correctly, you will become sick or die of it sooner or later. And that one is legal. And it's also the same thing. So we have to reduce it. Why? Because of information, and because it has become unpopular among youth. It stinks, and it does. So, and also sort of other things like that. You have to smoke it in special places, and it make it awkward and so on. But it's not illegal. So cases like that, those one is quite simple. Even liberal, conservative politicians in Norway will understand that, maybe.
Thank you.
It all ends with a small story. I want to top that. Now, there's this one fantastic story I just recently heard, where in the United States, Republican senators are very much into psychotropics, the use of substances for PTSS soldiers. There's a large mental health issue. We always tend to, criminalize, and we have to deregulate, but mental health, the last couple of years, not only with PTSS, but also in the COVID crisis, also with youth in our societies, students, loans that have to be paid off, the fact that there is a lack of economic prospects for our next generations. So mental health could be combined with everything we did today. And there seems to be, even for Republican senators, and then you have a category of people that is a little bit reluctant in many political aspects. If even they argue, well, we have to look into this and decriminalize it and use it for issues. That's very promising. I'd like to end on a high note.
Can I, one quick addition? It was said here that if tobacco would be illegal, its use would be increasing. And we see that in Finland because snus, the tobacco product that they use a lot in Scandinavia, that use is increasing a lot because it's illegal to buy in Finland. So they go to Sweden, they get the cheapest and strongest snus, and then it's brought here and it's sold by criminals. That's why we should legalize that as well. Thank you.
Okay, we're a bit running out of time here, so we need to wrap it up. And I thank all the panelists, all of you who came here to talk, gave your time and energy to fly all the way up from across Europe here. And I thank everyone who came here to listen. And yeah, thank you. There's one. Do you have a question for the panelists?
Yeah. Don't have time for the street to leave.
Yeah. That was a great one.
Right, so just a quick question for all the panelists. So we heard a parliament member talking a little bit earlier, and she was full of wrong facts, let's just put it this way. So basically, we all agree, we want to reduce harms. We want to put our money where people are going to benefit the most. So basically, a mental health care and all these. Now, there was a lot of debate about should we legalize or should we decriminalize? And now I'm talking about just cannabis, not any other substance, even though we probably should. But, for example, people who are advocating, like, they really want to reduce harm, but they do not want to legalize. And they want to put more money into the mental health care system. Where's this money going to come from? Like, if we do not regulate, getting tax incomes or anything from this one, who is going to pay for decriminalization? Yes, we're not going to be hunting the users anymore, but we are still going to have the criminal organizations and everyone doing the same stuff as before. So who is going to be paying for not legalizing? Thank you.
We are.
Is there a short answer from someone?
Yeah, it's a political choice. You've laid out a political choice, and politics is about choices because there are always limited resources, and you've highlighted the point rhetorically, really, without us having to answer, I would suggest, that finances have to go away from policing, and they have to go into health.
Great. So we'll end there, and thank you everyone, and let's continue the conversation.
Unfortunately, we only have this room booked for now, so we need to kind of start vacating.